What is up, everybody? Let's pause that for a second. Check out Kemi's Bandcamp. That is all. She has awesome music. Anyways, tonight, kind of a late stream. We're gonna go and play some Great Ace Attorney. Long time in the making, years. Like when the game came out on 3DS in Japanese, we were thinking it would never come to the West, and now we got it on the Switch, PS4, Steam. I believe it's on Steam. But the only way it comes physical is Switch, so we're playing this on the Switch today. Not that I mind it being on a Nintendo console, I just would have liked it to all kind of be physical on the Sony console, because I could have played it on the PS5. Okay. Story mode off. Turn on this, enable story mode in place of autoplay, allowing you to progress through the game automatically without having to press any buttons. The answers to questions, presentations of evidence, etc. are all handled on your behalf. Ha! They really gave us this. Just if you want to read only. Interesting indeed. And I like that they use they allow Japanese voices, because that's great. Now, okay, I press back. Does it maintain the options? Yes, it does. Sweet. Let's see what the special contents holds for us. Let's check it out. Accolades. Oh, okay, so we have quote unquote achievements and trophies. Okay. In a way. Portraits. Oh, of each character. This is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Wait. They actually kept his Japanese name and didn't name him Phoenix Wright. What the actual shit? This can't be because we changed the language to Japanese, right? Hold on. No, it isn't. Okay. So they did keep the Japanese names of each character, which is, you know, kind of amazing. And I like that, you know, they're still playing on the Sherlock Holmes thing by calling him Sherlock Sholmes. So they basically kept the characters' names as they are, which I like, because this works, because now we're showing different cultures. Like there's Japanese, there's Englishmen. Is Irish Wilson supposed to be an American or still also an English person? An Englishman, or English woman in this case. See, we have a bear. Oh, okay. We have someone that looks like what would be a baron. I don't know. Maybe. Title image. Oh, they had to have someone that looks like him. Oh my god. I don't remember his name off the top of my head, but this face. Famous with the Ace Attorney series. Spoiler: there are story spoilers in this downloadable content. It's recommended that you finish both titles before proceeding. Okay, let's not show that. In fact, let's not show anymore until we finish. But let me change it back to JP. The revolution washed over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change, and some were swept away by the tide. Oof. Oof. But for one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story. Ah. Naruhodo, naruhodo. Sorry, I had to take advantage of the chance of playing on his name. The 22nd November, 8:43 a.m. The Supreme Court of Jurisdiction defends Antechamber 5. I still can't believe it. I still can't believe this is happening. How can it be that just beyond the doors to this quiet little chamber is the highest court in Japan, waiting to decide my fate? Oof. What? Oh, no, nothing. Save your glares, murderer. Sorry? My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a second-year student at the Imperial Yume University. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident, and now here I am. Oh wait, hold on. And now here I am awaiting my trial. Okay, that's enough. He's not obliged to listen to such abuse, officer. And who are you? I'm this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. Lawyer? Yes, and until the judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. Tish, technicalities, look at you. You haven't even graduated yet. And he's got a sword. Huh, well, a katana, whatever. And yet, I still seem to know better than you how a court officer should behave. Right, Ryunosuke? Oh, you... Yes, of course. Sorry. What are you apologizing to me for? Oh, No, I suppose that wasn't my fault. But really, Kazuma, I never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry. Ha ha ha! There you go again, apologizing. Just like always. Ah. Though I must say, you've been all over the newspaper these past few days. Yume University professor murdered in cold blood by a student. But obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? Of course not! You have to believe me. I didn't do it! I could never murder somebody. Or someone. Then there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up, hold your head high. You mean... I believe you. I know you're innocent, Ryunosuke. Kazuma Asoki. My best friend, also in his second year at Yume University. but he's far more clever than I. A star student, in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive. Considering he's still an undergraduate, it's not that impressive. The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old, here in Japan anyway. But qualifications don't mean much yet. You said exactly the same thing 3 days ago. But I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma. Truly. 3 days ago. Yes, that's when all this started. All this. Congratulations, Kazuma. It looks like you're going to get to study abroad at last. I know. I've been forever dreaming of this day. Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and successes in court. So you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. I'm really happy for you, and proud as your friend. There's not a soul in the university who doesn't know Kazuma's name. He's a living legend. It's like there's some mysterious aura billowing around his temple. I want to bring about change in our own legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean to see the real thing with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire. The British Empire is a focus point, huh? Okay, interesting. I wish I could see it too. Then come with me. We'd have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's City of London together. If only it were that simple. Oh dear, look at the time. I better get going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a while longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. So straight after that, that's when it happened. Asogi, may I have a word? Professor, I didn't know you were coming. Well, this case has personal significance to me, but never mind that for now, Asogi. You should go immediately to the judge's chambers. To His Excellency's chambers? Why? He was looking for you before. You advocating for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. It seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. Who is this man? I feel as though I've seen him at university before. I see. I'll go at once then. I shall accompany you. Alright then, Ryunosuke. I'll see you in the courtroom. Yes, thanks, Kazuma. Something's about to happen. This is awkward. If I may. Yes, sorry. You must be the defendant. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yes. Yes, that's right. My name is Yujin Mikoto. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yume University. Ah, Professor Mikotoba. I've heard that name from Kazuma before. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma studying abroad. Asogi has told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. As such, I feel you should know. Know what? Well, as you've no doubt heard, Asogi has been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that permission will be revoked and never granted again. What? Ah, as I suspected, you were unaware of this. I had a feeling Asogi may have chosen not to tell you. He's agreed to defend me, knowing if he fails, his stream will be shattered. But I don't understand. Why would the government do such a thing? The administration has to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas study. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favorable of circumstances. I don't believe it. But I didn't do it, I swear. I'm not a murderer. I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. You see, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial. Sorry? What do you mean? You'll soon understand once proceedings get underway. But Then what should I do? Well, naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that would lead to a conviction. Right, so... as soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. I do. But what will the question be? Surely not. Do you accept the accusation? Do you accept the accusations brought before you?
Hostile forces detected.
Phil,
raid defensive.
Thanks for the raid. Also, Thomas, thanks for the 45 month resub. Damn, 45
received.
months.
Apparently, you are doing something right, Captain.
Also, thanks for shouting out Phil. Phil was playing Pokemon Unite. Everybody, check out Phil. My first night playing Pokemon Unite, I was playing with Phil and Exia, along with a couple other people from Phil's channel. We did pretty good for the most part. Phil like made good calls and everything, and me having been away from MOBAs in so long, that was helpful. And Pokemon Unite definitely is an easier MOBA to learn from too. Yo, what up, Blue Mage? It's been a while. Of course, Defendant. Oh boy. Phil, how was stream? Did you get to Ultra? You're busy? You know how... Yeah, busy. You know how it is. Yeah, dude, I've been working full-time and overtime. I even hit double overtime last pay period. Oh man. Have you done the login dailies for Unite? Oh, I didn't do it for today. I'll do it after this. After I'm done streaming. It was just chill and casual today. Dude, Phil, we need to play again. Like, me, you, Exia, and whoever else wants to. But, like, I haven't honestly gotten to play Unite because I've been, like, kind of tired. And when I get tired, I just want to relax and watch things. No, you still got time. Yeah, I got until, like, 5 p.m. tomorrow, no? Because originally, like, I think they fucked up. Because then, like, I remember after the first night we played and I logged in the next day, like, it's UTC 1600 hours. Which should have been 9 a.m. our time. But then, I didn't get my login bonus until 5 p.m. our time, Thomas. And that's when I realized they adjusted it to just straight up, basically 12 a.m. UTC. I can't get Cinder Ace ASAP. I'm not at Cinder Ace yet. I missed a day or two logging in. Court is about to begin. Proceed to courtroom at once. Like, not having Cinderace is gonna be it's gonna mean I just go to Charizard or something or use someone else, because like I was using Cinderace a lot. It was Seymour Serendipitous discussions are to be cut short. So allow me to summarize. Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Of course, as a defendant, the final decision is yours. What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? Get moving! There's no point in anyone advocating for the likes of you anyway. Assholes. This is it. If this trial goes badly, Kazuma's dreams of studying abroad are over, and what's more, I'll be found guilty of murder. And so, with absolutely no idea what lay ahead, I embarked on that unforgettable trial. And plus, I don't go on handheld mode, because unless you're talking about just like downloading it on my phone and tying my account in, my Pokemon Trainer account in, so that way it accounts for both. Are you talking about like that? Because I don't undock my Switch ever. I leave my Switch docked 100% of the time. And I'm hoping the OLED Switch's dock, it's just slightly larger, can hold our Switch and be able to load it, just dock it fine, even though it'll be slightly smaller than the dock. Because that way, my case will fit perfectly in there with space and wiggle room. Unlike now where it's slightly tighter, and I'll have an Ethernet port. Let's boot up the game to log in. Oh, switch channel. And then turn it off right after. I mean, again, I don't undock the switch, so I would have to turn on the switch and just turn it on my monitor anyway, which is fine. Like, switch is like right there next to my monitor, so it's fine. Like, it sits literally to the right of the monitor. Either way, you get a lot of time. Yeah. With absolutely no idea what lay ahead, I embarked on that unforgettable trial. My one and only chance of proving my innocence, the trial that would decide my destiny. William didn't want to play Pokemon Unite today with me and Scrimmage, even though Scrimmage suggested it. So, I decided to just stream this like I wanted anyway. This is years in the making. Years. Tommy, or Veas, I mean, he watched through this entire game in Japanese. Both games. I watched through only a quarter of the first game and waited patiently for the game to come out. And here I am, rewarded. So this is a courtroom. The Supreme Court of Judicature. No court in the land has more power. I don't much like the look of those people sitting in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms in there. Powers that be have demanded that this be a secret trial. A secret trial. A trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. What? But why? It will become clear in time. But for now, you need to concentrate, Ryunosuke. It's about to begin. Court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Prosecution is ready, Your Excellency. Hey guys, who's played Ace Attorney? Anyone recognize the prosecution right over there? As is the defense. Oh wait, whoops. Before we begin, there is one point of order I would like to make. I'd like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate. That is correct. That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. Normal procedure is for the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to trial. As this is an unusual circumstance, I am obliged to ask for a final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial? This is it. This must be the question. Who's going to defend me? That's the question the professor meant. But then, if I say I do, I need an answer quickly. What do I do? You get to do this. I could totally see both options. So, I want to see the wait and see option! Cosmo's a lawyer here. I can't defend myself. If I say I do... it would be tantamount to lying. I've been accused of murder, for goodness sake. This is no time for lies. Try to stop fidgeting, Ryunosuke. It's distracting. But if I don't say, I'll defend myself. Now, things could end very badly for my friend. Your Excellency. He defended himself anyway! Hold on, Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. As I'm standing here beside the defendant, I hope it's clear who will advocate for his defense. Yes. What's the meaning of this unruly outburst? I would like to inform the court that I, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, will be defending myself. You'll be... What? What are you playing at, Ryunosuke? Professor Mikotoba told me everything just now before the trial. He did what? He said that your dream studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. How sad. It means you don't have faith in me. You think I won't be able to get you off? No, it's not that, really. It's just that, well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you... Yes, I knew that's how you'd feel, which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. Tisk, Professor Mikotoba shouldn't have stuck his nose in. Very well. The court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial. Well, well. Hold on, I want to check something. No, wait, we can't check it from here. Hold on. Okay. Well. Does the accused admit defeat already? Renouncing his own counsel, really? Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows that the defendant's innocence is so apparent. He's confident he can speak for himself. Isn't that so, Naruhodo-san? Oh! Yes, exactly. Exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all. In fact, my mind's a complete blank. I realize you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered. So for a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court, you must have perpetrated a most heinous crime indeed. As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are expected of all present. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo? Yes, Your Excellency. It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you have undertaken. Competence? What does that mean? He's questioning your ability to do the job. Well, he can't be questioning it more than I am. So let's start with the very simplest of questions. Yes. Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in the case. Well, that's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I care to remember. But wait. I'm so nervous I can't even remember. What was it again? Ryunosuke. Let me guess. Your mind's gone blank. You know me so well. All the relevant information for this case can be found in the court record. Finally! We have access to a court records! I was like, I need to look at that, but there's no option. But I can't even find that. It's simple. Press the... You can access the court record with the press of R. If you ever find you've forgotten something, just consult that. It's all in there. I just press R for the court record. Alright, there's no time to lose. There's a list of evidence you collected. Now try switching to people instead with R. You'll find details about the victim in here. When you're done, just press B to go back. John H. Wilson, victim of this case. He was visiting professor of medicine at Yume. He was a visiting professor of medicine at Yume University from the British Empire. So remember, everything to do with the current case can be found in the court record. Post-mortem report. Death occurred a little after 2 p.m. and was caused by loss of blood from a gunshot to the chest. The bullet did not pass through the victim's body. So, what are you up to today, Thomas? Now you better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. Hi. The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. Huh? Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university. Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England, invited to Yuma University 3 years ago. Indeed, which is why this case has such profound implications. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. As most of you will be aware, we have just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations. There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. And yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been spilt on our soil. You two are both undergraduates at the Imperial Yuma University, are you not? Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides your education. Have you no honor? Ugh, but I didn't do it. This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. The court therefore wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter. In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policymakers. And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime. So that's why this trial has unusual peculiarities. Is that it? Is it? Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman. Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. Fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. Oh dear, look at the time. Better be going. I'll be staying in this place till... Yeah. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. Yeah, he left. The British Empire. Wow, it's incredible to think... Wait. I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still, I should go and say hello. So I went over to the professor's table. And I introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. Now then, let me pose my next question to you, Defendant Aguildo. Yes, Your Excellency. How did this professor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? State before the court the cause of death. Cause of death. Well, obviously that was, Ryunosuke. Remember that in court every assertion must be backed up by evidence. Evidence, but how? Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death. Present it now. Well, according to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma. Learn to read, you imbecile. That's the post-mortem report, I take it. Sorry, yes, that's right. The post-mortem report. In the West, a doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way. Oh, I see. As long as I'm not going to be tested on any of this later. This is a so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime. You can clearly discern scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion. In other words, we should assume the victim was shot at close range. Thank you, counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the record. Uh-oh. So that's a photographic print. Well, that's something I've never seen before. It's clearly superior to a drawing. The detail's incredible. Very well, I'm satisfied with your answers. Let us start the trial. By the way, I will most certainly be putting Ghost of Tsushima on pause again, as well as Demon Souls, to finish the first two games of, well, the not first two, the two games of Great Ace Attorney, or as me and my friends call it, DGS for the Japanese, short for the Japanese name, Daigakuten Saiban. Certainly, Your Excellency. So, without further ado, in order to better apprise the court with the facts of the case, the prosecution hereby calls its first witness, who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened. Ugh, this is it, then. I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind. The professor? You mean Dr. Miko Toba? Yes, clearly you're the defense lawyer today, not me, but that doesn't mean... Well, I can still act as your assistant. Ah, of course. When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma Sogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. He really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he? Maybe. But any help from you... But any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma. Well, my first piece of advice is rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats. Only if you rein in that crazy headband and control the cold stares first. Oh. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please. Of course, my name is Satoru Hosonaga. I'm the head writer at the Western-style restaurant called Le Carnival. Ahem, ahem. Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up some, It's a regular occurrence. It really doesn't bother me. Well, it really, really should. As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. This grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants, an Occidental eatery, 3 days ago. Understood. Hosonaga-san, you will kindly tell the court everything you know about the incident. At once, sir. No petty interjections from the aspiring lawyer boy, please. And no petty interjections, okay. Perspiring, maybe, but aspiring? It was just after 2 p.m. Excuse me? Oh, okay, no. It did say a little. I was like thinking it said 2 p.m. exact. It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We had a few diners at the time. We had a few diners at that time of the day. The lunch rush was over. There was only 3 tables still occupied. That fits in my memory of it too. There's hardly anyone else in that place. Wait, 3? It's just 2, no? Ahem. Ahem. That was when I was in the kitchen putting away crockery and cutlery. A gunshot rang out, so I hurried out to the dining area to see what happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair. Standing immediately beside him, a gun in hand, was the accused university student. Hold on, let me just clarify something here. While I did pick up a gun that I found lying on the floor beside the professor, I didn't shoot him. I didn't shoot him. Igiyari. I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what he saw, you amateur. But next time you interrupt at an inappropriate time, you'll be penalized, defendant Naruhodo. Don't worry, Ryunosuke, you'll have a chance to fight back. For now, we must quietly listen to the witness. Ugh. If I may confirm one point, waiter. Standing beside the victim with a gun in his hand was the same man we see here today in court. Blood. Yes, without question. I see. Apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing besides the victim? No. There was no one else around that table but the deceased Englishman and the university student. Huh? Wait. What did he just say? There was no one else around that table. What's the matter, Ryunosuke? That's just not right. When I went over to say Dr. Wilson to say hello, there was a woman sitting opposite him at his table. Really? That's not something a waiter could have missed. I've been warned about interjecting, but still, what should I do? Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table. Dear me, what are we going to do with you? With your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after all? But I'm sure of what I saw. Hosonaga-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of events is hazy? No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone. I don't believe it. I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Please have a look if you'd like. Let me see. Sketch of the establishment's restaurant. A layout drawn by yourself, I presume. That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. Well, you're clearly a very contentious waiter. Not contentious, conscientious. Thank you, sir. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Well, is there a problem? Hand the plan to a court officer at once. Of course, here you are. What was that about? He's been completely calm and collected until now. Something certainly seems to have shaken him. The waiter's business card has been entered into the court record. Ooh. What can we see on said court record? Said card. So, the court has now heard the, proceedings of the case. No. Is that blood? That looks like blood. For some reason. I don't know, maybe? But it's too perfect. It could just be a red pen. I don't know. Kitchen. Wait. Kitchen entrance. He says here. You should have seen the person in front. Huh. That was he marked wrong because where he was sitting. Well, I mean, I guess it could just be this table. But then it was like behind him this way. I don't know. I don't know. And there was a stake behind him. What the hell? So he was turned around. So the court has now heard a precious of the case. At the moment, the gunshot was heard in the restaurant. Or it could have been turned around. We'll see. The only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today. It would seem like looking at a black and white case here. Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you. In other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment. I called this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case to the court. But I must warn the defense, if you are determined to pursue the matters further in this trial, the prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime. What do you think I should do, Kazuma? What do you mean? Well, I'm going to be found guilty one way or another, it seems. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? Hell no! Everyone keeps telling me this trial is unusual about these peculiarities. You said it, you've said it, Professor Mikotoba said it, and so has the judge in the prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this. As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent, I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing to throw that trust back in my face as I did? What? If the accused is in fact innocent, then the defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. Are you just going to abandon that duty? Are you going to give up on yourself? This battle hasn't even begun yet, Ryunosuke. Yup. The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witness. Then we'll see how decisive this evidence really is. Ha! Indeed. Prosecutor Aoji, please continue with proceedings. Tisk, well, you were warned the young can be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be. Ugh. In a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever! No. The prosecution calls his next witness. Very well. Officer, bring forth the witness at once. What other witnesses is there? Witnesses, kindly state your names and occupations for the court. Yes, sir. The Great Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Iesa Nosa reporting for duty, sir. Myself, I find employ as a purveyor of fine articles of antiquity from the efflorescence of our nation, Nippon. I conduct my trade from Ratsute, a humble premises in the 2nd District. Kyoryo Korekuta at your service. An antique dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pairing. Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question. They must be at the diners. They must be the diners at the other table that the waiter mentioned. Myself, I habitually take tea of the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question. Always post noon. Not infrequently converse with interested parties regarding the curios with which I take my business. Can't understand a word of what that old man is saying. He's an antique dealer. Sounds like he's a regular at Le Carnival. He seeks out potential customers who may have an interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. Obviously, he targets Le Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with rich clientele. Right, I see. Although, to be honest, Sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer. Now, you both witnessed the precise moment of this most atrocious incident. Is that correct? Affirmative. The enemy unit was attacking the foreigner, in what could only be described as an act of war, sir. It was that black uniformed rogue infantryman over there who unloaded his firearms, sir. This man's impossible to understand as the other. It's as impossible to understand as the other, okay. But I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during that last thing he said. So, this is decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening. The soldier is claiming he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead. Yes, that's impossible. Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. The court will hear your formal testimony, please. You will state everything you saw at the precise moment that the incident occurred. Yes, sir. Standing back, ready to report, sir. Unsavory memories of a most acerbic afternoon. What the witness saw. I was ingesting a regulation beefsteak at the restaurant while having tactical discussion with the old man. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden Creole to the military gentleman. At that precise moment, the firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. From the back, huh? I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio. Well, so you, Sergeant Nosa, actually witnessed a vital moment. You saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. That wicked university cadet, sir. That cruel, unforgivable enemy. Yeah, sure. We'll call it that. What times we live in, when an English gentleman may be assailed in the broad light of day. But this is ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone. Is that really true, Yunosuke? Yes. All I did was pick up the gun I saw lying on the floor. Why would you pick up the gun, you dumbass? After I said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. Then when I'd finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant, when I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it. I bent down just as I was picking it up. Well, if that's the truth, there's obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. Somewhere in these two witnesses' testimony, there's a clue as to who that criminal is. There is. Yunosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witness. Cross-examine? Do it now. As we have heard, Your Excellency, there's no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. It's time to bring the despicable student to justice. Certainly, the testimony the court has just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. Therefore, it is my grave duty. Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare the verdict of this trial. Yes! Hi! What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst? I mean the defense. Demands his right to a cross-examination. Dear me. Let me guess. The Hachimaki headband boy next door told me to do it. How pathetic. Huh? How do you know? Prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How can he possibly carry out a cross-examination? The defense is asserting its right to a cross-examination. Whether you think he is capable of it is irrelevant. Go. Kazuma's so demanding. Sorry, that's it. Commanding, I think. Yeah. Very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witness. Alright, this is where the battle really begins, Ryunosuke. But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination. Hold up, everybody. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witnesses' statements. How? You didn't fire the gun, which means that the soldier has that soldier said has to be alive. Yes, but it's just a case of proving it, and the key to doing it is evidence. Not pass through a victim's body, shot from the front. So our key pieces of evidence for the first one will be one of these two. Actually, both of these two. Probably show this and then show this. Right, evidence. All we need to do is present some evidence and indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying. Now let's go, Ryunosuke. Don't let them beat you. Alright then, it's all or nothing. Why aren't you saying anything? Is this some new interrogation technique? I hadn't actually thought of what I wanted to ask. Just ask about anything that catches your attention, anything that bothers you. Alright then, let's be steak you mentioned. What kind of food is that? Tension! The beef steak is a delicious cut of veal, vigorously cooked on a cast iron grill and served piping hot. Oh, if food just received medals of honor, the beefsteak would be almost as highly decorated as a cutlet. Wait, what was that weird noise? Right, I see. Thank you, sir. So next question. This cutlet you mentioned, what kind of food is that? Henshin! Huh. Cutlet is a delicious cut of veal tossed in breadcrumbs and deep fried in cooking oil. Accept your guilty verdict, atone for your crimes, and when you're released from prison, try it. Yes, sir, I will. Yes, sir, I will, sir, on the double, sir. Sorry to interrupt, but how about trying to stick to questions that are relevant to the case? Oops, sorry. I'll do my best. The next question. Is it just me, or do you keep hearing a wah crying sound? Nope, wrong thing. A wah crying noise, yep. Negative. Well, at least we've learned he's a big beef lover. Affirmative. I thought I'd do it in both. I just do it in one. I got the trophy. It's not easy knowing what questions to ask. I have no idea what you're talking about. The Koban, boy. The Koban? You mean the old Edo? Coin? You mean an old Edo coin? The day prior to the incident, treasure of exceptional value from the Hoei period entered my possession. I took myself to the restaurant the following day with said item secreted in my bosom pocket, in hope of an affluent cognoscente appraised of its indisputable value being present. So you're hoping to sell your Koban coin? Yep. Sergeant Nosa, whom you met at the restaurant? Yes, it's quite clear where you're going with this boy. You're about to assert that a penniless soldier would have no hope of purchasing a precious Koban. Isn't that so? No. Well, you little upstart cadet. You want to add to disrespecting a superior officer to your list of crimes, do you? You're not a superior officer to me. Blatant subordination. No, I didn't say anything. Although penniless might just be the word I was looking for. In any case, the hour was already advanced beyond that of a midday luncheon. There remained a precious few present with whom I could engage in discourse about matters of business. The gentleman beside me who was grappling with his braised veal at the time was my sole prospect. I see. So, you're saying that you actually saw me at the time? Affirmative! I saw you, laughing, cackling like a madman as you trained to barrel up your gun on the English civilian. That's impossible. I only... Allow me to just confirm just one point, please. What's that, private? Think carefully about the statement you just made. It seems to me that it must have been just after you heard the gunshot that you looked over at the victim's table. So what if it was? Well, if that was really the case, it would mean that you didn't in fact see the precise moment when the killer actually fired the gun. Arg. Double arg. Huh. My sixth sense. Sorry? My sixth sense of danger. I picked up the waves of murderous energy radiating from your foul mind, which means a split second before you pulled the trigger, I was looking right at you, cadet. Surely that's not really possible, is it? You think I'd have gotten where I am today in the army if I couldn't sense danger in the air, son? Yes. Well, it would seem this soldier's absolutely convinced that he saw you do the deed. It's not good. should present the damn thing. What are you playing at, Cadet? What is the meaning of the subordination? Endorsing some photographic print in my mustache. Inconsistency, sir. I mean, yes. There's a clear inconsistency here. Tisk, what nonsense. What can this print possibly tell us that we don't already know? Well, obviously, that, I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth. I think this proves any doubt, beyond any doubt, Your Excellency. No, it doesn't. That there is no room for an amateur student here in this grand courtroom. It is so frustrating. Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be more plain. Fill out would be an insult to the court. Cosmo. What? What are you talking about? It's apparent from the single glance at the photographic print presented by the defense. There's a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's statements. What? Sergeant Iesa Nosa. Yes, sir. What, sir? The statement you just made was this. Black uniformed varsity cadet fired on an English civilian and from the back, that cowardly little weasel. Yes, sir, affirmative, sir. I witnessed the crime with my own military grade eyes, sir. But no, that just can't be. And why not, cadet? Because. Take a close look at the print. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet to the chest. Ah. Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. That is the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it? Oh, the baby! Oh, well, what the? What was that? Something just popped out from behind his back, but he pushed it down again. Certainly, there's a clear discrepancy with facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant Wilson? Yes, sir. At this conjuncture, that would appear to be indisputable. Until the moment I heard a firearm discharge, my eyes were firmly fixed on the delicious Le Carnival steak. What? The last testimony of the court heard has proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant Iesa Nosa, did not see the defendant firing the gun at all. Ugh, that's absurd. I think the conclusion we must draw is simple. There is no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom. Drag! Inconsistencies here. There's been a complete turnabout in the mood of this trial just from that one discrepancy. So this is what being an ace attorney is all about. But I definitely saw him. The university cadet there, he was pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back. But I never fired a gun. All I did was pick it up off the floor. And you, old man, you didn't see the moment the victim was shot either? Myself, I had already been quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor. Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Treasure? Indeed. Hoya Koban, my prized coin. On each occasion when I visit that restaurant, it is my habitude to place in my bosom pocket a particular trinket of interest from my shop rate. Ratsute, in hope of meeting a rich diner who might like to buy it from you. On the day under scrutiny, it was to the military man that I offered my holy treasure. But I believed that he would purchase such a rare find. I did not. But I was presented with little alternative. And then, after averting my eyes for the briefest moment, it was there no more. It simply vanished. Koban vanished? Hunting around under the table, I was, in case mayhap it had fallen there, and then it happened. You heard the gunshot, you mean? Indeed, I did. I heeded it not. For I was concerned only with finding my absconded holy treasure. Nothing could distract me. Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end? No. I see. That lamentable day, the precious holy Koban was lost to me. No doubt some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prize coin for himself. As I'm sure everyone present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has just heard was inconclusive. No matter how observant our government feels it must be to the British, it would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now. What is your position, Prosecutor Aochi? Tisk, worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he will find a wolf at the back. My witnesses have further testimony to make. Explain. Upon hearing the next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could possibly have committed this despicable crime. The equally despicable defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. No! What? Really seems like a despicable opinion of you, doesn't it? Despicable me, huh? Ugh. Very well, the court invites the witnesses to testify again. It will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegations. Is that clear? As clear as curical glass, Your Excellency. Yes, sir, at once, sir. Waiting signal to testify, sir. Excuse me, but there's something or someone peeking out over your shoulder, I think. Affirmative. The newest member of the Nosa family to rise up the ranks, sir. Name idol. It would seem these chapters. A sign of a sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny. Idol Tenshun. Your father's about to quell the enemy. Watch and learn, my boy. True culprit. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm discharged, it's almost the same thing. Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man he was. That young lad in black, that much I myself did see. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time affirmed that we were the only person now present. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself. Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out. These testimonies are certainly compelling. Wait, that's nonsense. The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all. Please, enough of these outbursts already. There was a woman. There was a young woman at his table. You must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her. If you call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. We are not here to listen to your fantasies. It is evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. No, it isn't. Someone clearly saw another person, therefore, not clear. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact. Is this a photographic print of the scene of the crime, counsel? Indeed. Of the table at which the victim was dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the accident. As plainly as can plainly be seen, there's only one place set. Certainly based on the appearance of this print, it would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else. This doesn't make any sense. The court will add this new photographic evidence to the record. I don't understand. In this picture, he's turned around. Why was he turned around? I don't understand what's going on here. It's just not possible that nobody else saw that woman. The waiter before said the same thing. Meaning that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. But it's not true. I saw her. Sure, I saw a woman with him. It would seem that we'll be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time after all. The witness testimonies we have just heard leave no further room for doubt. These are very sensitive political times. As we all know, the ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. Hitting the eye, Takasuchi Aochi will have attributed to the amity of these two great empires is an honor. The ever so recognizable fucking head holding. How can this be happening again? The judge is ready to rule. Stand tall, Ryunosuke. It's not over yet. It really isn't. What? If what you say is true, then there's something going on here behind the scenes. Now's your chance to expose it. To draw out the truth in your cross-examination. I don't know, Cosmo. The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witness, but make it quick, understood? Tisk, rules can be so unbending at times. Ugh. The true culprit. Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man, he was that young lad in black. That much I did see myself to see. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel. Indeed, alone he was the Englishman, dining all by himself. No, 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 no. It's not the same thing at all. It really isn't. For sure, I didn't fire that gun. Shut up for a second, Rinosuke. We have a difference of opinion on that. The opinion of a uniformed officer versus that of a fledgling cadet. I don't think so. Consider this, defendant. Just a moment ago, I blinked. Did you? Did you see it? Did you see me blink? How could I? Yet, it is an undeniable fact that I did blink. So there you have it. Have what? Tension! Sound of firearm rang in my ears in the very next moment. I saw you waving the gun at the Englishman. I think that says it all, don't you? Yeah. Let's not forget that. He's looking for a treasure. Wait. No. Oh, there's the flower. Let's change the table. 2 tables. Got close to each other. They have to be looking this way. Can't see that with the wall there. Let's not forget that the antique dealer witnessed the accused in this this incriminating position as well. Is that so, Kore Kuta-san? Yes, it may be true that I was holding the gun at that point in time. But I've told you already, that's only because I picked it up off the floor. Well, obviously, as a culprit, that's the only way you could explain it away. I had just finished drinking my coffee. I was about to leave the restaurant when I noticed a gun on the floor at Dr. Wilson's feet, so I picked it up. And that's exactly at that moment. A gunshot rang in my ears. Full of events beyond our control, life is. Sorry, what do you mean? In your case, you found a pistol on the floor and picked it up, which precipitated this testing predicament. Whereas conversely, I failed to pick up the crowbar from the floor and find myself in an equally testing predicament as a result. Anyway, the fact remains, myself, I did see you, with pistol in hand, standing over the foreigner. You must have noticed someone else at Dr. Wilson's stable. There was a lady there. As you have been at pains to point out time and time again, I feel I'm growing a callus in my ear. Yet no one appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman. If only there had been more people dining there at this time, then someone else would have noticed her. Unfortunately, it's already past 2 p.m. when it happened. The quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant. I know, of course, the place is almost empty. It's what you expect. Certainly, 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of a time to eat. I wonder if there was a reason why the victim was eating at that time of the day and why he was alone. Yes, Your Excellency, there was indeed a reason. There was. This is found in the victim's jacket pocket. Wait. Never mind. What is that? Counsel. It's a medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem that the victim had an appointment at the clinic prior to visiting the restaurant. Hold clinic. Hold up. There's a hottie clinic as well. Oh my god. They literally recycled it by one letter. Yes, there will indeed appear to be an entry for the date in question. 19th November, noon to past 1 p.m. The very day of the incident. So the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple. The prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really has no bearing on the case. I wonder. What do you think, Ryunosuke? Well, it does. It's hard to see how it could be related, really. Remember, you can request for it to be entered into the court record as evidence if you think it could be useful. Should I ask for Dr. Wilson's medical report card to be submitted as evidence or not? Ask for it to be submitted. If I may, I'd like to ask for that medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency. On what grounds? The court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous. Not to mention that the victim's movements prior to his arrival at the restaurant are of no concern. Whether or not they are of concern is up to us to decide. We have a right to explore all possible avenues. I beg your pardon? You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for submission of evidence. Very well. The court will grant the defense's request. Yes, youngsters these days are forever asserting the right. It's a most disturbing trend. Yo, what up, Tommy? Oh, cool. It's dual audio. Yes, it is. I believe this is the first English game we in the Ace Attorney series that got dual audio, because usually it's all the Japanese one gets dual audio as well as dual language text. Although we only have English subtitles here, I believe. Well, we have dual audio. Of course, kindly add the victim's medicinal report card to the court record. By the way, this is the Switch version, and the Switch version does have quote-unquote trophies. They call them accolades, which is part of the game itself, instead of being like how on PS4 it'd just be like or Steam it'd be achievements. Yeah, I think so. Jonathan would know a lot more. I know for the most part that of all the ones I've had, I don't think we've had dual audio. Like, I'd have to go back and double check, but like every version I've had before, like it hadn't had it. But the Japanese ones did. Oh, I can't examine this right now? What we need right now is new clues. We have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first. Right, I hear you. You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you like, but it's the day after the festival already for you. Or perhaps you've forgotten that these witness testimonies that leave no room for doubt. Bullshit. Feel free to reiterate for the accused, Kodakuta-san. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman dining all by himself. Can't examine it. I need to set off a little bit more. So you actually saw that with your own eyes, did you? The victim, Dr. Wilson, dining alone. That I did. Forgive me for the position I placed you in. Testimonies of the old man, the soldier, and the waiter all agree on that point. Isn't that interesting? Let us not forget the incontestable evidence we have to support their statements as well. Are you planning on buying this after all, Tommy? Although you do need a Switch as a result. As can clearly be seen, there's only a single beefsteak at the victim's table, a meal for one. Unless it got cleaned up. I have access to a Switch. Jonathan's or another one? No. The antiques dealer, the sergeant, and the waiter who testified before. It's not impossible, they're all lying. But honestly, I don't know. I'm about halfway through a dubbed playthrough, so someone else is. Oh, okay. Oh, wait. Oh, you're already playing the game. Okay. But still, then why? If I'm perfectly honest, I have absolutely no idea. Therefore, no one doesn't. Oh, you're watching the playthrough. Okay. Aren't you telling the truth? What? What did you say, cadet? I clearly remember. There was a woman sitting across the table from the professor. Okay. See, I know you love watching this game, but I figured you would just take this opportunity to play it yourself. But then again, I guess like with games like this, it doesn't matter in a way. By the way, there's a I don't know if you know this, but they have what they call a reader mode, which is basically just watching the story mode, and the game plays itself out automatically, chooses all the options just so you could read the text and enjoy the story without playing the game on your end. Perhaps one of you might not have noticed. Yes, really. I found out when I looked at it. Just like I was exploring the options. Yeah, that's actually kind of sick. It's like if you like, cause you know how playing this takes longer because we want to read through everything and think about the choices, right? But obviously it picks the choices for you, so it's much faster. And then all that it comes down to is how fast you can read the thing. But for both of you to have failed to see the professor's dining companion, it's just not possible. Unfortunately for you, defendant Naruhodo, it's not just a case of these two witnesses alone. And I like that they kept the Japanese names, like kept the original names rather, not even just the Japanese names, because some of them are Englishmen. I like that they kept the names. Yeah, it's like just paying for like a really long movie. Yeah. Or like if you already beat the game and you want to just enjoy it from time to time, that's also an option, you know, without having to replay it. Sorry. The waiter whose testimony the court heard earlier clearly said the same thing. He also said the victim was alone. That's right. Precisely. In other words, you are the sole proponent of this phantom lady. Yeah, almost everyone has their original names except for Sherlock Holmes. Well, I mean, in English, they've never named him Sherlock Holmes. In Japanese, they can, but in English, they can't. I don't think anything like that's ever had Sherlock Holmes was able to keep the name in English. In games, anyway. Unless they paid like an absurd amount of money. But if such a woman were indeed present at the scene. But hey, man, they're naming him Sherlock Sholmes. If such a woman were indeed at the scene, the prosecution demands to see proof. And if no such proof exists, the prosecution demands that no further mention of this phantom woman be made. It's a blatant waste of the court's time. Someone turned him around. Something I can say to that. Tisk. Ha ha ha. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. We've gleaned some new information. Yeah, well yes, but I don't feel like it changes much. I can't see that it brings any real discrepancies to light. I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card you got before. Oh, you mean this? Ah, I can finally examine it. Yes, this is a brand new piece of evidence. So perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. How exactly? You'll notice that some pieces of evidence bear a magnifying glass. These are the ones you may examine. Press A and you can take a closer look at the piece in question. I can finally take a look at this goddamn thing. I've been waiting for it. Use the R stick and move things around. Okay. To rotate the evidence in all directions and examine it from all angles. And then you use the left stick to move it around to examine it further. Okay. Which I did earlier, I just didn't know you can move things around. Okay. You can move the crosshairs around to hunt for clues that you may have missed before. If crosshairs start to pulsate, press A to investigate further. So partner, I think you should take a look at this medical report card. See if there's something new to be learned by examining it in more detail. By the way, I do not regret spending money on this. I even though I got it on the Switch, I don't regret getting a physical. I really wish it was on the PS4, so I could play it on the PS5. But it is what it is, you know? Alright, I'll see what I can do. It says hold a clinic on this medical report card. I hate clinics as much as I hate hospitals and surgeries. Aren't they all the same? When I was 5, I caught the only cold I've ever had in my life. By the way, are you going to Frank's tomorrow? I remember even though I felt awful already, I had to have this hideous injection in my arm. I'll never forget it. Never in my whole life. Alright, I'll probably be going after I have like lunch at home or something. Cause my mom wants to have porridge and like, dagwai. Most people would give their right arm to have had only one cold in their life. Anyway, I don't think this is a clinic where they treat people for illnesses like that. Let's keep looking for clues. We don't want to miss anything. No, I have not. Like last time I saw him was when I went to Daniel's and the sleeves hadn't gotten in yet. I didn't even know they got in. Dude, like I haven't like since that time I went to Daniel's and when you saw me like I think like the night before at Tien's, I haven't gone out on weekends. I've stayed home because I've just been so tired from work, dude. Oh, they came in forever ago? Fuck, man. It's been that long then. Okay. Like, it's been like 3 weeks or so, yeah. Like, dude, I clocked in 105 hours, which includes overtime and double overtime, in the last pay period, which is like 2 weeks overall. Yeah, that's a mood about being tired, yeah. Like, I think between us, like, I clocked in the most hours second to my manager, maybe. It was like this medical report card was first issued quite some time ago. Well, actually, maybe I clocked in more than he did. It's probably a record of long-term treatment. That's why, with a family doctor, I imagine. Well, I can't imagine going to a doctor. I mean, as long as I'm alive, I'm never consulting one. Jesus Christ, dude. Well, if you were dead, there'd be no point. So you don't like doctors then? Why would you? They make you drink horrible tasting medicine. They give you painful injections, and they demand lots of money from you for the privilege. All when you're at your lowest ebb. That's actually fucking pretty realistic. You sound like a model patient with a case of stubbornness, no less, for which the only cure is very bitter medicine indeed. Let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history. Ah, there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. Extraction of molar, you mean he had a tooth taken out? It would seem so. Just before the incident, he had a bad tooth removed. Perhaps they used laughing gas. That's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief. Yes, I've heard of this anesthesia. Although it's hard to believe there's anything that can actually stop you feeling pain. Ah, there's a precautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure until anesthetic effects have passed. Really? Sounds like information worth bearing in mind. Now, where can I present it is the question. With this new information, that the meaning of that one particular statement totally changes. So I think it's time we listen to the testimony again, don't you think? Definitely. Should be this one. Well, I think, about what are you wittering, lad? Call yourself a lawyer? I wish I could, but first and foremost, here I am the accused. Yunosuke. Everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. Under circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Kazuma. I could see it quite clearly in that cross-examination you just carried out. When you raised your head straight up like that, so purposefully, you knew exactly what it was you wanted to say. Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. Alright, thanks for the advice. By the way, I'm only planning on finishing this one case tonight. Korekuda-san, this is a medical report card belonging to a victim. I'm assuming as with all Ace Attorney games, later cases get much longer and take more than one sitting. I see, and I don't see. What of it, boy? Comparing what is written on the report card with your, witness statement. Yeah, they do? Okay. Something clearly doesn't add up. Dear me, dear me. Have you forgotten my words so soon, you amateur? See, now that we got this, I'm hoping we get, and because we got a collection for 1 to 3, I'm hoping the next thing we get is like 4, 5, and 6. Along with like the Miles Edgeworth investigations, or maybe make that a separate collection by itself if they really want to milk money. But whatever, you know. Sorry, what? You are not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateurish drivel. See, if they made a collection with 4, 5, 6, and the investigation 1 and 2 games, it would be so worth it for one price. Put it on like the PS4 or PS5. You can just put it up as well as a Switch. Let's see if I can explain in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. However, he may or may not have done that. Whatever he may or may not have done before that time is completely irrelevant. That's not true. Grr. But that's see, I still want to buy the collection of 1 to 3 on PS4 in Japanese, because then that's the only way we can get a physical. Although I guess it wouldn't hurt to match it and get it on the Switch at this point, since I have a physical Switch copy. But whatever. Remember, Ryunosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make sure your point. Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There's surely no need to prolong this trial further. Whoops. The witness testimonies the court has heard have been clear and concise. The medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all, for the simple reason that there's no one else besides this pale-faced pupil who could have possibly have perpetrated the crime. This medical report has nothing to do with the case. Do you really believe that? What? The outburst half petrified me, boy. Of course I believe it. How could it possibly be relevant? I'm about to show you, boy. Perhaps because Hara Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic. A dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me? Perhaps if I told you that the victim had just had a tooth extracted. What's this now? And furthermore, if I told you that as a result the victim had been forbidden from eating. Just what are you saying? Just what are you trying to say, Cadet? Yeah. He had orders not to eat, so what? It's all written up in here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off. Yeah, because he can't eat. He's just gonna fucking spit everything back out. Actually, you technically shouldn't even be able to drink water because you'll be numb and you'll just end up fucking dropping that everywhere. What? No, that can't. Kurikuta-san. What, boy? What? As you just heard, when he was killed sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all. No. Additionally, there's more? You have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dying alone. But that cannot possibly be the case. Grr. Because the victim, as we now know, had just had one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of the anesthetic. Ah. Expertly done, partner. What is this nonsense? You little upstart. These are baseless accusations. Just look at this photographic evidence. You can clearly see the plate of food at the victim's table. Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we were talking about. Or can't you follow the logic? That might not be his table. How dare you? I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant case have turned. I'm gonna lurk in the background, gonna wake up in the morning to get an oil change to check some other stuff out, enjoy the first case though. Yeah, dude. I'm really enjoying the game right now. But I think I have a soft spot for the Ace Attorney games because like I've enjoyed them since I was younger. Like I'm pretty sure like I was fresh out of high school, like barely in my first year of college, as well as working when I got super into the Ace Attorney games. Yes, most definitely. So just having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat, which leaves one very crucial conundrum. I sold my copies of the games on DS, but I almost want to buy them back just for collection sake. But we'll see. There's like really no reason at the same time. Who in fact was eating the pictured beefsteak? I've had each of the individual games on the DS, like 1 to 4, as well as Investigations 1. I didn't buy 2 because I was being lazy about importing it. And then I still have 5 and 6 on my 3DS. And then I bought the Ace Attorney collection that had 1 to 4. I believe. Was it? Or was I thinking Big Gun Zero? I might be thinking Big Gun Zero. Hold on. Sorry, it was Ace Attorney Trilogy on the 3DS that I had. Or not trilogy, sorry. God, I could have sworn I had another collection. There was another collection for it. Or did I just have the first 4 games separately by itself? Oh no, you know what? I might be just thinking one of other Capcom's collections. But yeah, I had all the games. And then now I have the PS4 copies and Switch copies. I might buy the physical for the first collection in Japanese. Because it has dual audio. I just gotta find the right one. Who in fact was eating this steak in pictured beef steak? The court will hear the opinion of the same. Who in fact was eating the pictured beef steak? The court will now hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel. Counsel? Oh, that's right. That means me, doesn't it? Yes, that does mean you idiot. This guy. Alright, the answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of you turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of. Got it. So, person eating a steak at a table must be an as yet unknown third party. 2 witnesses. Obviously, it can only have been someone else who was sitting at the professor's table. You will not let this go, will you? There was no such person. There was, because I saw her. When the incident occurred, we know the victim couldn't have been eating anything. Yet we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was somebody else there eating it. Arg! We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witness testimonies are unreliable. Like, it was either because I thought they were gonna make us just choose him because there wasn't, like, present his picture. Because a lot of times when they choose people, they present the picture instead of giving us the selection of like 4 choices on text-based like you did just now. But because they did, I was able to choose the woman. Well, quote-unquote the woman. But, the unknown party. If the court decides to push through a ruling at this stage, we will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial relentlessly. Cosmo, are you insane? You would take on the government? Don't worry, Counsel. I have no issue with you. What do you mean? I have issue with them, the 2 witnesses in the stand. What are you talking about? We have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So, if it now turns out the 2 of you deliberately lied when giving your testimonies, obviously, you will be charged with perjury. Perjury? And since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed complicit in the killing. Complicit in murder? No! Ooh, old man's panicking, and so is the sergeant. He's got his kid. Negative. There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting. I was just following orders. That's right, as the man says. Just say you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they told us. Oh. What? What did you just say, Korekuta-san? Oh, no. You were just following orders. Now hold on, lad. I was, say you never saw the gentlewoman. When you say gentlewoman, do you mean you saw the victim with a lady from overseas? What? What is the meaning of all this? These witnesses gave false statements? Is this true, you pair? Just one simple slip of the tongue. Order. Counsel, explain what is going on here. It's painfully clear now. you tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth? Absolutely not. The prosecution knows nothing of this. Then who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouth shut? That's classified. So you're prepared to be tried as a conspirator to this murder, are you? You wouldn't. This can't be happening. Ryunosuke. Judging by the way they're reacting to this, I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. However, I don't believe Aoshi had any idea about it. What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. It can only have been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. Well, any ideas about who might be behind this? If we can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, then we can continue our pursuit. So we need to name whoever it was to try to make the witnesses keep their mouths shut. Him. So we need to name whoever it was to try to... of course, we'll need evidence before we make any firm accusation. Evidence that proves whoever it was really did wield his or her power here. How can we possibly? Remember how we made progress before? We examined the piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result. Oh yes, that's right. Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? We need to re-examine everything and make sure that there's nothing we've missed. There's no time to lose. I want answers. Single bullet fired at close range, fatal hemorrhage, pectoral ballistic trauma. No exit wound, bullet did not pass through the body.
Attention, we are being followed. Shall I dispatch the welcome
Evac
drones?
Carmezi, thanks for the follow. Hey, what's up? Welcome to the stream. How did you find me? I'm good. I'm just tired, but also trying to like get through this first case because I thoroughly am enjoying this game. How long have I streamed? Today it's only been about 2 hours and 15 minutes, but if you mean overall, it's been like 4 going 5 years. You're just browsing? Oh, nice. Well, thank you for dropping by. Yeah, there are times I take off because of work. I've been streaming a lot less because of work, but then like I definitely still enjoy getting to stream when I can. The plan of the restaurant raises a number of questions, I think. By the way, maybe I can help you out with your Twitch designs. You can check out some of my work on this Discord if you want. I haven't looked for redesigns yet, but I mean, if you wanna, like, my Discord link is in down below. If you wanna post things or if you wanna tweet things at me as well, I mean, my social media is all there, under in the panels and whatnot, so you can check them out and see and like, you know, show me things. But right now I'm not needing anything specific as of right now. Like, I have a design in mind, I just haven't finalized how I want it, and I'm being very particular, just like kind of going about like how I want things right now. So I need things drawn and everything. I haven't decided how I'm planning out my next design, so I don't need one yet. I'm planning it. But be aware as well. I do have an artist that I go to normally already, and I had my stream team also has designers that I normally would typically go to. So you have a bit of competition. But I will check out your stuff as well. I respect everybody that does like the creative avenues and artistic stuff and graphics designs. So I will check out your stuff as well. Definitely. It's supposed to show the relative position of everything in the moments following the incident. But there's nothing to show the woman you say you saw there. Exactly. That's not all. Look here in the upper left where it says kitchen. Oh yes, what of it? No one would use those complicated characters to write kitchen, especially not if they were in a hurry. You mean you don't remember these characters or stuff? Health, don't you? Study harder, Ryunosuke. Well, that's unexpected. What is this? Look, do you see what it says? The witness's name here? Satoru Hosonaga. Yes. Well, yes, business cards do tend to show the person's name. That's sort of the point. It's not the name that's unexpected. It's his job title. His job title. Oh! Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga. Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Inspector? What on earth? I have no idea. But let's face it. The police have a lot of power and influence if they're wielding it here somehow. They're wielding it somehow here. The waiter's business. Yeah, the waiter is, yeah. If it's proven that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe. Please, wait, Your Excellency. I had no idea about any of this. I swear to every Shinto god. I knew nothing. And what does the defense have to say about all this, well, Your Excellency? No time to think. I'm just going to have to close my eyes and shout the first name that comes into my head. That's the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate the witnesses. Well, surely that would be Satoru Hosonaga-san. Hosonaga-san, the waiter who took the stand earlier? Poppycock, what possible reason would the waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even a head writer could not possibly have that level of influence. For once, I would agree with you. If that the man truly were a waiter. What? If he truly were. Come on, Ryunosuke, time to hit this court with the truth. The truth about Hosonaga-san's real identity as proven by this piece of evidence. Plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question. I agree it shows a great deal of attention to detail, but I'm not sure we can conclude anything. Sorry, Your Excellency, that's the back of the card. It's the back of the card that's of interest. I beg your pardon? Or perhaps I should have said the front. Yes, it's the front of the back of the card. That's where the telling detail is. Would somebody please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say? Thanks, man. Have a great game. Thank you. Thanks for dropping by and thanks for follow. I hope you get to enjoy my streams whenever you get a chance as well. I stream a variety of things. I'm gonna focus on this game. This is the first game of the series for Great Ace Attorney. This title. There's a second game. Once I finish these two, I'll go back to Ghost of Tsushima and Demon's Souls and try to finish those, and then start on probably either Scarlet Nexus, 13 Sentinels, or Neil the World Ends With You, and then maybe Fire Emblem. Hosonaga-san sketched a plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of his business card. Front of the business card reveals the man in question's profession, his true profession. The waiter's profession, but that's surely good gracious. That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. What? The waiter is a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard any mention of this before? The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power, absolute power, as far as regular civilians are concerned. So witnesses there in the stand. Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it he who told you not to mention that you'd seen this foreign gentlewoman at the scene? Well... Hold it. Inspector Hosonaga. I was worried something like this may happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well... Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course, here you are. Yes, I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card. I strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It's my guiding principle. But I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake. So you mean to say you really are a detective? But why would a detective be working as a restaurant waiter? Ah, of course. You're an undercover. No, your salary must be terrible. No, I was working undercover. Undercover? Yep. Yes, there have been a series of incidents at the restaurant recently. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter, working undercover. Incident at the restaurant? What kind of incidents? That would be classified police information which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated to this case of homicide. Very well then, Inspector Hosonaga, but you will elaborate on one point for the court. Of course, Your Excellency. We have just heard new information from the two witnesses beside you. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. If that is indeed true, clearly you have also been aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner. Therefore, I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you require these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct? Correct, Your Excellency. Unbelievable. As I suspected. Bang. As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim sat slumped in his chair, and beside him, a gun in hand, stood the accused to. Sitting opposite the victim at the same table was a young lady whom I guessed to be an Englishwoman. So the truth comes out. I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the bureau. It was then that I received some special orders. Special orders, you mean to say, remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once. It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders. But what if this Englishwoman was the killer? I think it would be in everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea. The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. An Englishwoman has been murdered on our soil. To name an Englishwoman as the primary suspect, well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. So that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case. But it's not right. One possibility does spring to mind. What do you mean, Cosmo? Yumei University is currently hosting a great number of exchange students from Great Britain. I'm fairly certain that one of them, studying in the medical faculty's research laboratory, is a young Englishwoman. What? You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. You mean, when I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it was prudent to check her identity first. And the court demands that you name the lady in question at once, Inspector. The Englishwoman sitting at the university professor's table was a certain Miss Giselle Brett. She's indeed a foreign student studying in the research laboratory of Yumei University's medical faculty. What is happening here? I admit that under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene, and ordered these witnesses to make no mention of her in their testimonies. It must now be up to your excellency to decide how to deal with this situation. Very well. My thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise, namely that the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered that this premise is false, it would be a desecration of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point. Objection, but Your Honor, that would mean missing the noon deadline of a ruling in order to send the telegraphic report to Great Britain. Our own government will surely be displeased by such actions. Calm yourself, counsel. I will not allow the government of our country or any other to influence the proceedings of my courtroom. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes, sir. You will locate this Giselle Brett and escort her to a courtroom with the utmost urgency. At once, Your Excellency. Hold up, everybody. We'll get more water. Alright, I'm back. But that means you'll be going against the special orders you were given from the police bureau. As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly. So it won't be a problem. Nothing will get in my way. Short of you dying from your cough. Court will be adjourned briefly. The prosecution will call English student Giselle Brett to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Your Excellency. Good. Then we will have a 30-minute recess before reconvening. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. That was superb. Ugh, my heart was in my mouth the entire time. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there. You were drenched in sweat, your eyes were popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, you started finding inconsistency in the testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Forget it, it's terrifying. If I get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of the courtroom again. Ha 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 ha! Anyway, it looks like we've exposed your phantom lady at last. Miss Giselle Brett, a student from Great Britain, is she? That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have, haven't you? I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I am sure of. Yes, I can see that. So, about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself. Then on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor, and just after I bent down and picked it up. I didn't have time to think about where the sound of this gunshot came from. The waiter ran over to me looking white as a sheet, and he bundled me into some sort of small pantry in the kitchen. Fast thinking by the detective, he apprehended the suspect without a moment's delay. Yes, and because I was shut in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside in the dining area. Ah, there you are. Well done, both of you. Professor Mikotoba. Well, it seems I was right. A pair of you make an outstanding team. You exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so that I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. Our modern country is still in its infancy, our justice system even more so, which is why I firmly believe we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, if I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life, I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. What? What are you saying, Cosma? So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Cosma. Well then, it looks like it all comes down to you, young man. To me? Yes, you need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have personal connections in this case. Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking first, did you know the victim? Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at Yume, and it was I who invited him. Oh, I see. I didn't know that before. Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. But let's not forget who we're going up against. The gentlewoman whose involvement our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. Yes, and I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. But I have no doubt that you pair will put up a good fight right to the last. Best of luck. Thank you. Now then, I need you to run an errand at the university at once. There's something I think we may need. Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama. Defendant Naruhodo. Court recess is over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once. It's time. Let's get back at it, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow before those old fossils know what hit them. Kazuma? What? Thank you, really. What for? Well, if you hadn't said you believed me, then I'm fairly sure I'd have already been found guilty by now. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer and as a friend. Coming from you, that means a lot. Heh. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really going to give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. So this isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. Alright then. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. I missed things. So you can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals that I like from Yume Cafeteria on University Street, with an extra large portion, of course. See, it's so weird looking at the courtroom this way and seeing the defense on the right side this time and the prosecution on the left, because normally it's the defense on the right side of the prosecution. I mean, the defense on the left side and prosecution on the right for all Ace Attorney games. Prosecutor Aochi, have you managed to subpoena the witness? Yes, Your Excellency, against all odds. Thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government. Oh, sorry. Let the government scrutinize. That's their job. It's nothing to worry about. It's highly unlikely that the good relations we forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. Well, you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down and our nation flounders? Again, terribly sorry. If the friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. You really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke. What do you mean? A secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinions, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses. Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this what the Supreme Court of Japan or of England? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England? Shut up! Shut up, you jumped up rookie! Boy, you and your friend know nothing. Nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. By aligning ourselves with this great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures. I don't know about that. I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student, and one who arguably could arguably study harder too. But standing here now in our Supreme Court, there's one thing I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. Well said, Ryunosuke. Despite the wide-eyed look of terror, You little brats! Thank you, Counsel. The court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system and exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, the trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Giselle Brett. Ooh, yes. Your Excellency! Oh, boy. Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan, and from such a distant land. Tea. Someone bring English tea. In England, no discussions take place without tea. Is that true? No idea. So, ahem. Could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court? Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I've been working on the cover as a head writer. As a head waiter at the carnival, but my true... Yes, we know all about you already. Inspector Hosonaga, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first. Is that true? No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today, you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are one thing you're sure of. Oh yes, I think I did, didn't I? Yet your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman. Sorry, Ryunosuke, but powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking. Guilty. So dear lady, once again, if I may trouble you for your name and occupation, please. He wrote it in cursive, but really hard to read. Making her say it in English so they don't understand it. I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but what? The lady says her name is Giselle Brett. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student currently enrolled in University's medical faculty. Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people. Just fucking English, dude. With an accent. I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as hummingbird's song. As far as I can tell, the detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Yes, I agree. Haha, you obviously do fine in England, Cosmo. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Ryunosuke. The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago, at a restaurant called Le Carnival, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with victim Dr. Wilson at the time. Is that correct? She says, yes. This could take some time. So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese. She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She said she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. Interesting. When you're the one who engineered her escape, I was just following special orders from the bureau. Oh now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over this photographic print? Seeing as you were unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps? Apparently it was very frightening and a sorrowful sight. Do you mean to say yes? It would appear the lady did witness the crime. The very moment when the accused standing right there in this courtroom shot the victim in cold blood. Order. Order in the court. Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have an absolutely inconclusive witness statement. That's not conclusive at all. That's just a fucking statement. Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. Unfortunately, I will have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beef steak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument. Then, not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. I could have taken his gun. It is condemning testimony indeed. No, I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all. Quiet, you filthy wretch. Look at you black-hearted blackguard. Look at this Snow White angel. I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words the court is going to believe. Ugh. You're still making the same mistakes, Ryunosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's a lesson you need to learn. But he's so annoying. Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and 2 witnesses who testified before and reported back to the bureau. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. The testimonies of the last 2 witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so, on the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. As you can see, there's nowhere about her person where she could conceal a firearm. I would think she had a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to. Until the precise location where the witness is to have hidden a weapon can be shown, this is moot. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Those are witnesses' own words on the matter. That's ridiculous. If only I was allowed to lift up her dress to prove it. Don't think about doing anything rash, Ryunosuke. But I didn't fire the gun I picked up. There must have been another gun there that day. You're right about that. Which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we will need to pull her testimony apart. Under the table maybe, or under her hat. Defense may now cross-examine the witness. Oh yes, Your Excellency. I never got into an argument with the professor. All I did when I noticed him was go over and say hello. Please, don't get angry with me. No, I wasn't directing that retort at you. It was meant for the lady next to you. But anyway, as I said, I did not argue with the professor. I'm afraid your words are in vain, sorry. Miss Brett does not appear to speak Japanese. No, of course not. Japanese is such a cumbersome language anyway. English is the future. We must all speak English. Oh, God. I wonder if the prosecution will feel that way forever, or only in the presence of a beautiful woman, huh? Well, that beautiful woman is blatantly telling lies with a completely straight face. I have to find something that will unravel her testimony. No matter how seemingly insignificant it may be. After that, it seems after the argument, the accused briefly returned to his own seat. realize part of what you said, doesn't it? Yes, I still had some coffee to drink. And the next time you got up after that was when I had finished my coffee and stood up to leave. Like I said, I did not shoot that gun. And like I said, there's no point in repeating the assertion over and over. Well, I wasn't expecting to be attacked by my own side. Nevertheless, defendant, you can't deny that when the shot rang out in the restaurant, you had a gun in your hand. But that's true, but all I did was pick up the gun I saw on the floor next to the professor as I was leaving the restaurant. No cursing. Oh boy. How long was it for? I thought you were lurking, dude. Let's see. For 10 minutes, starting from 12:55. So I have until 1:05 to not curse. Got it. In fact, yes, there was someone much closer. You know, that Tommy's the last person I would have thought redeemed the no cursing. There was someone much closer to the victim than me at the time. The highly suspicious lady on the stand. Objection! That will do, you dirty, rotten scoundrel. Dirty. Your baseless accusations could very well cause an international incident, boy. Woof. It seems to me that your accusation is just as baseless as ours. What nonsense. The lady is merely stating what she saw. And this is already an international incident as far as I'm concerned anyway. Oh boy. I don't carry a gun myself, obviously, so I couldn't have been the culprit. It's all very well saying that, but can you prove it? Absolutely. I verified it personally. You verified it? Yes, immediately after the incident, I checked to make sure the lady was not carrying a weapon. I distinctly remember her saying I'm not. That's all you did, you just asked her? Surely you carried out a physical search, Inspector. No. Why on earth not? The honorable English gentlewoman clearly stated that she did not possess a weapon. There was obviously no need for any further probing into the matter. Yes, there was. Oh, there was no permission given for any further probing into the matter, perhaps? Or there was no. Think what you will. If you're going to continue with this preposterous claim that the refined lady was concealing a firearm, the prosecution demands that you support your assertion with facts. In other words, he wants evidence. The lady wishes to point out that of course she wanted to stay and assist with the investigation, but she was in a hurry to give a presentation at the university, so she was compelled to leave. Not to mention the fact that your office had told you to get the woman out of there. Not get her out of there, I just urged her to leave. The lady would like to point out that she was in no way meant to run away from the crime scene. The scene of the crime, which is why she only is happy to cooperate and testify in court here today, of course. Unlike a certain student who refuses to admit that the game is up. The jig is up? You could at least have the courtesy to pay attention when I'm goading you. Anyways, I'm gonna head to bed. Alright, good night, Thomas. Got work in the morning? Oh man. Still? Alright, you have a good day at work in the morning, dude. So she's maintaining that you got into an argument with the professor at the end of which you shot him, which is an out and out, totally unfounded lie. Still, her statement is very compelling. After all, she's an elegant, refined young lady, a young and beautiful gentlewoman from Great Britain. In stark contrast to you, dressed head to toe in a dull black school uniform. I'm dressed exactly the same way as you are, except for the flapping red ribbons. Anyways, this is our only chance to expose her testimony as the fiction that it is. If we can't do that, the trial's over. Even with your thick skin, you must be able to feel the murderous looks you're getting from around the room. Only too well. I feel half dead already. Jeez. And the fact that I can't see a single consistency in her testimony isn't making me feel any better. Either. Oof. First thing to do is press her on any of her statements that seem even slightly off to you. Do that and an opening will present itself, I promise you. I need to expose the true face of this exotic foreigner that's hiding behind the mask. That's what I should be aiming for in this cross-examination. Yep. Professor was anyways. Just that he was unable to eat, you say. That was because he had a tooth removed at Hada Clinic, correct? That's right. You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering. Was Miss Brett aware of the fact? It seems so, yes. She heard that the professor was to have some dental treatment. So that would mean that it was you who ate the steak pictured here. Is that right, Miss Brett? That's right. The print you have there shows the exact table as it is as it was left after the horrifying events. Exactly as it was left. Dear me, what a harrowing experience. I've traveled to a distant island on the far side of the world and be embroiled in such a tragic incident. I have no fear, my lady. I swear I will crush the evil fiend that subjected you to this terrible plight. So the victim doctor will send nothing to eat or drink at all. That's right, other than some carbonated water. Just water? Yes, the professor was unable to eat. He had been given permission to drink water. So it appears that the diners toasted the lunch with a glass of water each. They raised a glass of carbonated water. Hold on, be right back, everybody. Alright, I'm back, everybody. Getting myself a little bit of a nutritional shake to give me some energy. Let's go. Since I stepped away, I'll give it an extra like 2 minutes to 2 to 3 minutes to that no cursing thing. They each raise a glass of carbonated water. Clearly not carbonated water. There's only one glass. Last minute, Miss Brett. Profound bearing on this case. Well, well, how fascinating. Do tell us, what is this profound bearing, The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for this witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony. Well, step aside, counsel. Well, sidestepped. Counsel. Very well, Miss Brett. Kindly repeat what you just said to be added to your official testimony. Gladly, she said. She didn't say anything. That was brilliant, Cosmo. I'm going to remember that one. Which one? The significance will become apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase. I'd hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, real Nosuke. That's it. Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with the photographic print. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. It was exactly as it was left. That is correct, the lady says. Well, it's odd, very odd. Dear me, what is odd? What's odd is the defense's inability to express itself. Ugh. Sorry, guys, I'm getting a little tired, so I was like, oh, the odd part I could have explained it better, but it is what it is. Yunosuke, what is it about the print that looks odd to you? Well, obviously it's the cheers. The cheers. Ms. Brett just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true, there should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1. Ah. You're quite right, Counsel. There's only 1 glass pictured here. Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over minutiae? Yes, actually. What possible difference does the presence of or absence of a glass make on the case? Minutiae, you say? Could it be that the detective here removed the glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not. I would never do something so reckless. But there should have been 2 glasses on the table, or are you going to try to tell me you can clink only with 1? We can clink with only 1. You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table. Inspector, what did the lady say? It was seen that Miss Brett who took the glass. It was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. What? It was also terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I had been there at all, she said. She's saying, good gracious. Sorry. Paul. There, as I assured the court before, this is of no consequence at all. Oh, please. We must remember that this student had just murdered the lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. Who could blame her for concealing a glass or two in her state of disarray? We can. That's absurd. Oh, really? Yes, that is most certainly absurd. So do we take it that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable, young, and beautiful woman of mischief? Yes. What? No. This can't be... This can't be put down to mischief. Oh, we'll accuse her of mischief, just because I had just recently watched Loki, and he's the god of mischief. But that aside, I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. It was seen that she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying. Handbag, you say? Yes, Your Excellency. A small handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England. So the beautiful lady has graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene. That means she has a way to carry the gun out. However, the fact that remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on the case. Yes, the glass does. The bag does. This student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning. But in the end, it comes to nothing. No more pretentious accusations. We've wasted enough time already. Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed this glass. I think henceforth we consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement? Well, I don't know, really. If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance. Yes, you're right. So she took the glass away in her handbag. If there's a deeper significance there, it's the handbag. Wait, the lady put the glass in her handbag, you said? Yes, do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags for small items. Let me see. A while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to put the gun. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag, in which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. You're right. Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that. What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard? Alright, I can cuss again if I want. Oh, fucking hell yeah. It's really very simple. Although I should really cut down on the cussing. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant. As he didn't fire that gun, we can deduce that there must have been another firearm at the scene. A true murder weapon, if you will. You can't seriously be suggesting. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Did you or did you not search Miss Giselle Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? No, sir, I did not. As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag. No! Order. What's the meaning of this, Inspector? The meaning of what, Prosecutor Ochi? What? Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at the time? Thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations. Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. Did you think so, Kazuma? Do you think so, Kazuma? Ahem, ahem. Ahem, ahem, ahem. Well, what a sorry situation. Clearly you have no faith in the police. As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting, simply because it was unnecessary. Unnecessary in what way? I have to think the student lawyer, really. I have a piece of evidence here I had completely forgotten about. It's photographic print. This print is a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag. Well, I never. You can see right through what's inside. That's right. Apparently, meshwork bags like these are a height of fashion in London at the moment. So the contents are clearly visible. Exactly. So there's no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. He knows, but he can't say anything. So it's up to us to find out. That's why he said irrefutable evidence a little while back. Thank you for helping to prove that, not hold us on. Arrgh! Order, order. Inspector Hosonaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once. Certainly, Your Excellency. I think you've had it long enough to cross-examine the witness counsel. Have we now? Court has now been shown considerable evidence. As the photographic print just submitted into court records appears to have no further significance, I am satisfied there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Indeed, there is only one logical conclusion: that the pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime. No. Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around, I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start. Cosmo? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. Now that cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. What? You mean, this is it? Tisk, I must say, you put up quite a fight for a rookie student, but the weak are meat, while the strong eat. You're wasting your time. There's no way to defeat true justice. A fact you can chew on to your heart's content from the inside of your cell. This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? And Cosmo. His dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Cosmo. What? Is there really no chance now of turning this trial around? You heard the judge. There's nothing about that last photograph the detective produced that we can contest, which means there's no basis which we can argue for the trial to continue. Very well, I will now proceed with immediately to the ruling. Has to do with these three things. Wait. Seems we'll be able to report to the British government on time after all. That smug little Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, having considered all the evidence placed before me, I hereby find you... Wait, Your Excellency. Ryunosuke? I don't think you can rule on this case yet. This amateurishness is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems that the trial is over, he gives his ruling. That is the most basic protocol of the courtroom. Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. As the photographic print submitted appears to have no further significance. Hold on a second. Let's see. As the photographic print you just submitted appears to have no further significance, there's no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now that means that if there was a significant... Now, that means if there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail, I mean, then ruling on this case at this time will be out of the question. That's blatant straw crutching. Look at this photographic print. It shows the handbag that the gentlewoman was carrying on the day in question. There's no problem with this evidence. You better know what you're doing, Ryunosuke. Set under it. I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly, the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court's scrutiny. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag. Haha, my thoughts exactly. Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes. Yes, I am desperate, but this isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph. Finger on it. Very well, defense one final opportunity. What? But be warned that if I'm unsatisfied by your response, the trial will be over with immediate effect. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Your Excellency. So, take another look at the photographic print Inspector Hosnaga submitted before. Here, I feel sure that around this area there's something extremely significant. What's significant is your inability to positively identify anything wrong with this picture at all. There's still the handbag. Wait. Pointing out the wrong parts. I'm gonna use all the chances I have. Well, I was right. So it is that. So let's replenish the chances. Burnt, just in case I can get a accolade from it. So like I thought maybe it was that, but I was like, no, that feels too off. Like that felt like reaching, but then everything else I thought didn't work anyway. So it's like. Look at this here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. It's true. It looks almost as a burn of some, like a burn of some description. Dear me, I was pondering what new piffle you would come out with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist? Clearly that's nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag. Yes, that is a burn mark, you're right. Go on, Inspector. Police coroner also noticed it when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report. What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? No possible way of knowing either. That's a gun burn. The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. Or it's a fucking symbol or something. However, as prosecutor Aldrich points out, unless a firm connection can be shown to a case, can be shown, connection to a case can be shown. I cannot allow any further time spent on the precise details of this burn. Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem Miss Brett had a lunch appointment with the dean and other has a lunch appointment with the dean and other university staff. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand. Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway. What's your thinking on this, Ryunosuke? Do you believe the burn does have something to do with the case? Gun burn. Wait. Oh. Burned himself on that. To be honest, I'm not really sure. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. I was thinking I should just keep digging and digging in the hope that I might be able to uncover something useful. I just did. Yes, you're right. I am. We can just link the burn to the case. If you can do that, we might be able to prise this shutting door back open. It's a good one, Counsel. You can't possibly hope to do that. Indeed, I'm afraid without evidence, I cannot allow you to pursue this. It's little more than conjecture.
Arming raid defenses.
Scrimmage thanks to the raid. They were playing Monster Hunter GU or Generation Ultimate on Switch, like him and Orlin. But if we had evidence that irrefutably linked the burn on the victim's wrist to the case, then would you allow it? So, I would, yes. I wasn't gonna stream one in like 2 to 3 hours, but then this case is still going, and we're getting close to the end. I feel it. To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn, but as soon as he pointed out what I did notice, was color draining from Miss Brett's face. Really, I have to find some link between that burn and the case. I already know the link. Let me just present it. This is the moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence that proves what the burn really means. So then, the defense will now present its evidence to the court. The evidence that demonstrates an inextricable connection between the victim's burn and this trial. Yeah, that's the clearest one that we have. Can you prove it? Yes. I'll show you in a moment. What is this, Counsel? Yet another print? Yes, Your Excellency. I believe the photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at a scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore. Do hurry up, Rookie. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further would really be quite inexcusable. Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. What? How? You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What's in this photograph that explains the reason for the victim's burn? The beef steak? Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. The plate? Your Excellency. Are you alright? As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would have guessed that's some sort of trademark of Le Carnival. The emblem on the plate. And the victim's burn. They match. Or exactly the same shape. Ryunosuke, you're genius. You're spot on. Which means The victim must have suffered this burn. While he was present at the restaurant. But even if even if that's the case, we can't know if it happened on the day in question or not. That looks like a fresh burn, sir. It could have been the day before or the day before that. It most likely happened some other unrelated time. Well, Sadly, prosecutor Aochi, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks. Why? The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly. But... I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago. And although it's not a particularly large burn, you're a wizard, Harry. Not even. I saw that already before. When I saw that, I knew where I was from because it's on the plate. It's extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. There's no mild burn. This was no mild burn. That's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. It's inconceivable the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain then. I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter of the carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation. But you're a detective, not a waiter. Sadly, I have to head off, so to show that bitch who's boss. Yeah, I will. There you have it. Something isn't right there. Thanks for dropping in. Thanks for the raid. As the detective said, anyone who burnt themselves on the piping hot plate for a whole 3 seconds will scream in pain. There was no question of that. Yet Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream, none on that day or any before. That's right. And the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day, that would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel. Then the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the old antiques dealer, all of us would, without any question, have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Professor Aochi? I mean, Prosecutor Aochi. Well, yes, I suppose. Now the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? I almost don't believe it. Rinosuke, do you think... Can it really be true? I never dreamt we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but I'm starting to think that maybe we've been led into a terrible trap. There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson was already deceased. No man could remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible, apart from in one particular situation. Counsel, are you suggesting... Yes, it's only possible if the man was already dead. Already? Dead? Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead. That's madness. Not really. Order, please. Order. Explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot. Right. That's absolutely right, Your Excellency. This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student, but clearly he has no grasp of the facts. No, he does now. No, Prosecutor Aochi, it's you who has no grasp of the facts. I beg your pardon? As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered a burn up while at the restaurant, this whole case turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, court must hear from this witness again. If it's true, as we now believe, the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard. It's highly like that Miss Brett knows something about it. Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, that you will have to forget your luncheon engagement. But, Your Excellency, the justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I am prepared to pass judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. What was that smile? Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help. Especially, it helps relations between my country and yours. Ah, Miss Brett, you speak Japanese. Well, of course I do. I'm studying in your country after all. But then, why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now? My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking your vulgar tones as much as possible. But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicate you with you all on your own level. Well, you are the epitome of a true English gentlewoman. We are truly honored by this. This lavish consideration you so graciously afford us. Oof. I see. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. So we're finally going to hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Ryunosuke. God, more testimony? This is longer than I thought it would be. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses and toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick him on anyone. The most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in Supreme Court's history, thank you. Ease does it. I hope that this is the last time I'll just sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming language. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I've insulted anyone. Not at all, not at all. It's a delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady. It seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant. I was speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today. The Minister of Justice made that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen. Thanks? Was that a prayer then? Well, you'll have to forgive the irritation, Ms. Brett, and put up with a cross-examination now. I expect you've noticed that this little bully, as soon as you put it, doesn't miss much. I'm sure I don't need to remind you, counsel, that this will be your final cross-examination in this trial. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with this witness's testimony, I will be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear? Yes, Your Excellency. Then you may proceed with the cross-examination. Wait. As discussed before, you're drinking carbonated waters, alright? Dr. Wilson was only permitted to drink water at the time, you remember. Which explains why he ordered that water, correct, waiter? Exactly as you say, sir. Although, whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered the steak to the table, I'm afraid I don't remember that. Damn you. I have enough English to understand that, at least for benefit of others in the court, it means bless you. I think it means the exact opposite. Anyway. Yes, it's written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhage from ballistic trauma. Yes. Luckily for us, a little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us. Whereas there's no other sign of trauma on the victim's bodies to indicate some other cause of death. It can only have been from the bullet from your gun that put an end to this innocent man's life. But it doesn't make sense. The burn must have happened straight away when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter. Yes, that's true. It had cooled even slightly. We wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that. And if the victim burnt his wrist on a hot plate as soon as it was brought out from the kitchen, then he must have already been dead at that point. And yet the fact is that the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Until you're able to show the court evidence to disprove that this is a complete waste of time. Ugh. Oh, shit. But his hand was on a steering hot plate for at least 3 whole seconds. You can't have not noticed. You think so? Let me ask you something. Ever since I arrived at this courtroom, and even still now, the fly on those unsightly black trousers of yours has been wide open. You can't have not noticed, can you? What? Ah! Ha ha ha, what fun. Can't realize. The dear lady is absolutely right. Mr. Ven, you've embarrassed me as well, Ryunosuke. Why didn't you tell me? Dr. Wilson was a true Englishman. You got honorable silence over a vulgar scream. Can your tiny brains imagine such a thing? Yes, I think my brain can't. Well, I can't. Anyway. Be right back in. I'm gonna use the restroom.
I get some more water.
Alright. I'm back. Let's try to resolve this. So, like, I'm thinking it has something to do with the burn on the wrist. Wait, bullet in the person equals body. That'd be why. Depending on the angle you shot went through his wrist. Cause him to get burned. Ooh. His hand was on a searing hot plate for at least 3 whole seconds. You can't have not noticed. Do you think so? Let me ask you something. Sorry? Ever since I arrived at this courtroom, even still now. Oh. Without leaving a trace. If someone is shot, strangled, or stabbed, or thrown from a height, however a person's life is taken, there are always telltale traces. There are always telltale traces on the body. Quite right, dear lady. As our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hosonaga? As I said, I always aim for the flawless investigation. It would be physical traces of all those causes, that's for sure. But maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark. Heaven forbid you doubt me, young man. You're going to have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it? A way of killing somebody that leaves no trace. Leave some evidence back with the, yes, evidence. Dear, what do you mean by that? In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything from a crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once and that's the end of it. Is that not so? Quite right. The carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident. Which means even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. It doesn't even occur to you, your naive detectives, to try to preserve the crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can, you understand? Haha, killer blow. The lady is as formidable as she is brilliant. Amazing. He's actually admitting a police may be flawed. Perhaps prosecutor Algie is starting to see some sense. I very much doubt that. Still, there's something about Miss Brett just said. That was a moment before. There was a moment right before when something didn't seem quite right. What do you think, Ryunosuke? I think it's going terribly. No matter how much pressure, I'm not turning up any new information. Yes, as I suspected, she's tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony, or the cross-examination will be over. But that would mean I have to find a way. There must be some clue. There must be some clue somewhere to help us find Shinkinarm, Cosmo. What are Ryunosuke? There is one thing I noticed. Something that's been bothering me. Bothering you? You mean, oh, Miss Brett? Actually, no. About the person standing next to her. Inspector Hosonaga. Detective? He seems to react a little strange to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if that might be significant. It might present an opening. Alright, I have an idea. Pressing her on the last name. Try pressing her on the last name one more time. If you think so, but this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get out of the detective. Alright then, I wonder what Cosmo's thinking. I'll find out soon enough, I suppose. Inferior, what do you mean by that? Yes, there it is again. The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why? Up until now, the detective has been in the stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter. But things are different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the English woman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? People are actually testifying. They usually... When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to letting things slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find they're quite... they often let their guard down. You're right. Look at him. He's lost his own thoughts. It's time to pursue the man and his train of thought. Sorry, pursuit. I'll explain how to do it now, Ryunosuke. It's all to do with the witness marker. What marker? The moment we're focused on Miss Brett, who's the person actually making the current statement. By moving the marker left to right with the directional pad, you can turn your attention to other people on the right, in the stand. While you're looking at other witnesses, you'll be able to pursue them with A. If you catch the person just at the right time, you might be able to uncover some new information. Have you ever noticed a strange atmosphere amongst the people on the stand? Take a good look. Anyways, so first I should move the marker across with direction pads and focus on detective. What up, DJ? Then pursue him with A and see what's going on in his mind. Here we go. What's the meaning of this? Just tired. I've been working a lot, and then I want to finish this first case. I'm like almost 4. I'm actually 4 hours in. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to shock you. He really was lost in his thoughts deeply. It looked like you were just thinking about something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say. If there's something you'd like to say, please share it with the court. What's the meaning of this? It's a delightful English woman who's testifying at the moment. If you can't find fault with the testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately. Oh, is that how it works? Yes. I mean, it could be, but it just depends. Like, if you're getting back more than a default, like, I don't know, what am I thinking here? How would I best word it? Like, if you're getting back, not default, you're getting back more than just what the testimony is showing, and you're hitting the person at the right train of thought, then yeah. A detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Yes, not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved in the case. Inspector Osanaga. Yes? Do you have something to add? In relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? Well, yes, if you don't mind, I would like to speak. The lady's right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain, which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always strive to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless. What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me the crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. Crime scene thief. Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touch a nerve there. Take this for example. Is that... This is the bottle of carbonated water that I took to the victim's table that day in question. Yes, it's lost all its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone says. Yes, there's some left in the bottle. I can see it. One day, our police force will be among the best in the world. The time is coming, I guarantee it. Ahem, ahem, ahem. Can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence. Oh god, this keeps going! Miss Brett. This label is written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. Do you know what this is, Cosmo? I think it's French. It's just very expensive water. What does it say? That's why I'm asking you. Then go to France and ask. You just say that you don't know. So carbonate water is the last drink Dr. Wilson ever had. It looks like there's a little left in the bottle. Oh, although it's just plain water now. You know, I've been sweating so much. I'm absolutely parched. I'll just have a sip of this to keep me going. No, Ryunosuke, you can't do that. For one thing, that's evidence. You can't go drinking evidence. Oh no, you're right. We don't know what might be inside, do we? You never cease to amaze me, Ryunosuke, in more ways than one. I wonder, could there be anything in this water? What's the matter? You've gone quiet all of a sudden. I think I might have just worked something out. An interesting possibility. Miss Brett, can you confirm that this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death? Yes, it was that bottle. What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. Very well, counsel, you may resume your cross-examination. The inspector will kindly control his fervor. Ahem. There we go. What is this? Bottled water? Actually, there's is one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring to poison. Poison? On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? Order, order, order! And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison into his drink? There's only one person who could possibly have done it. Giselle, Brett, it was you. It is outrageous to suggest such a thing without a scrap of evidence. You little rookie imbecile. Have you ever considered this delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we only have just signed a friendship with the British Empire? Have you the vaguest inkling about that your rash accusations could jeopardize the entire country? Yes, they do. This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one crime. What? The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth. Ahem, if I may. I will silence you forever for this disgraceful attack on the lovely young... Shut up! It is you who should be silent. Or, of course. Dear lady. Where did I come from? She just snapped. I'm afraid I have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies. I'm sorry, my lady, to what you are referring. I described your police force as inferior, but no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. Bottle, I mean, Inspector, and whether it contained poison or not. Of course. You did? Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? I strive for flawless investigation every time. I don't believe it. Naturally, we tested the inside of a bottle and its contents. And what did you find, Inspector? I ordered a test for every toxin that's available in this country at the present time. You can find no trace of poison of any description in the bottle of carbonated water. What? Are you sure? The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself. No! No! Oh boy. I'm very grateful to all you Japanese. You successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you. But of course, dear lady, the pleasure was all ours. I'm so sure. This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned. Thank you, counsel. I think that cross-examination has clarified everything. As the prosecution has asserted, a shot to the chest from this gun is the only conceivable death. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding his weapon, is the only possible culprit. I'm done for. The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience that this has caused you, Miss Brett. Oh no, I'm just glad the matter is resolved. Before proceeding, I must ask counsel for the defense. Do you have any further evidence to present to the court at this point? Oh, shit. Plasma? Sorry, no scav, nothing more. Well, if you'll excuse me now, I really must be leaving. This is where the last piece of evidence comes in. Please wait. Isn't that... What's the meaning of this? Forgive me for intruding on your court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense. Mikotoba? Mikotoba, yep. In my darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand was she carried a small package wrapped in a furoshiki cloth. Holy shit. This is long. I understand you are a judicial assistant to the defense, but why this sudden ingress into my courtroom? Ha! A judicial assistant and a woman, no less? The rules state that females are not permitted into this court of law other than to testify. Yes, I fully understand. I have only 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense. Ha! You're too late, little girl. The trial has already been concluded. 5 minutes. I will not allow a moment more. But, Your Excellency, I am most grateful. Who exactly are you? I'm sorry, there's no time. Here, please simply accept this for now. What is it? A report about something written in English? It's Giselle, Giselle's Brett's research. The Englishwoman's? After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's lab in the medical facility and borrowed this paper. Oh yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she? So does this research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case? I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself. Oh, well, of course not. Special characteristics of curare and its effects on human subjects. Interesting. Curare, what's that? I've never heard that word before. Time's up. The prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom. There was too little time for me to read it in detail, but I summarized what I could on the note just inside the cover. If you think it would be valuable, please cast your eye over it. This is wonderful, thank you. I'm getting really fucking tired. Let's hope this ends soon. Goodbye then, and good luck. Poison made from the bark of certain trees in the jungles of South America. The hunters of the region have used it since ancient times to incapacitate their prey. Effects: instant paralysis of the entire body and subsequent death, even in minute doses. Route of entry: the above-mentioned effects occur when the poison enters the body through a wound, such as that inflicted by a blowpipe dart. Due to its ability to render the human body paralytic, it is believed the toxin could have application as an anesthetic. Oh my god. However, a solution for the respiratory arrest caused as a result of the full body paralysis must be found first, or a patient would die of suffocation. Okay. We cannot detain our guests any longer. I asked the prosecution and defense now one last time. Does either side have further evidence to present to the court? I presume not, but the prosecution has made its case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency. You're no skill out of option shoes. This is our very last chance. Yes, I know. Your Excellency, the defense Does have new evidence. That look. The unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Very well, Miss Brett? Yes, Your Excellency. If you wouldn't mind, perhaps would you grace us with your presence a little longer? It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid it's not very long. Until tea time. I'll have to politely decline. Forgive me, Miss Brett. It seems I wasn't clear. I realize it was phrased as a question, however, I must ask you to treat this as an order. I've said it many times before, but the Japanese language makes no sense. My apologies, dear lady. So, counsel, what is this new evidence that demands the court's attention? Ms. Giselle Brett, we understand you were studying under Dr. Wilson at Yuma University, doing research. Research by sheer coincidence, perhaps, into a deadly poison. What? Poison? Where are you going with this, counsel? A toxin known as curare, Your Excellency. Even with the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to an instant death. What complete utter nonsense. Curare, you said. I've never even heard of it. You wouldn't have done. What do you mean? I mean, you wouldn't have heard of curare before for one very simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. It doesn't exist. Correct, which means no matter what the tests the police can do for toxins, they'd never identify curare. Why? Because there is no test available here that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison. What? Order. Counsel, does this deadly poison truly exist? Yes, that's an anesthetic. According to this report authored by the visiting research student from England, curare has long been used by the tribes of people of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. It seems that it's reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists to lace to their arrows. Yep, because they're old school. Reports state that is produced from the extract of a tree that grows deep in the Amazonian jungle, and it was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. It claims that animals shot by the arrow laced with curare suffer instant death. Doesn't that sum it up, Miss Brett? Trumpery. These aspirations are utter trumpery. To start with, what the fuck is a trumpery, really? To start with, if the victim had been administered some of this so-called deadly poison, he would have been squirming, writhing in pain, and the other diners would have surely noticed. That's true. What do you say to that, Inspector? Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that. I don't remember anything like that either. I didn't notice Professor being in any kind of pain. According to this, however, it's the other way around. What do you mean, the other way around? The very fact that the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that curare was used. Explain yourself, counsel. The moment the toxin enters a person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they were in total agony, there would be no visible signs of pain at all. How terrible. Obviously, if a man lost all strength in his muscles, he'd collapse on the floor. But with a chair under him for support, Dr. Wilson did, the effects could go largely unnoticed. But I don't follow, Cosmo. That's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death. No. It caused more than that. The full explanation is extremely unpleasant. The poison causes immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe it causes the muscles that control respiration to fail. respiration. In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. And all while the victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move. That's hideous. To the observer, it would look almost like the victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep. But for the victim himself, his final moments would be a living hell. That's the true nature of the deadly karate poison. So you're suggesting that this bottle council actually contains the terrorizing poison? No. This is all very convenient, isn't it? A hitherto unknown poison which there's no means of testing. What a happy tale for the defense. Ahem, if I may. All these facts, you think you're so clever, but you must Oof. But you must be taught some manners. Shut up. It is you who must be taught manners. Oh, of course. Dear lady. So this is how you Japanese behave, is it? What? Steal another's honest hard work and then announce the results as if you discovered them? I'm appalled. What a loathsome act. Well, Miss Brett, the feeling is mutual. Whatever do you mean? Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstance of an innocent man to frame him for a heinous crime? That really is a loathsome act, wouldn't you agree? Enough of this. I for one refuse to accept it. The idea of some poison that doesn't even exist in the great empire of Japan is breaking the rules. What's so funny? Oh, excuse me. Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett. May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please? Well, I don't see why not. Don't get too big for your boots, you insignificant little island boys. Sorry? To an English woman such as myself, this whole affair is a farcical comedy. Wait, hold on. Farcical comedy. Your little police games and those foolish courtroom antics is laughable, really. But I'm getting bored of it all. It's time for the games to end. Cheers! Wait, what are you doing? No sparkle left at all. No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for this shabby affair. Goodness, whatever is the matter, y'all look quite stunned. So, no karate. Bottle was clean. It's what you're saying. You look quite incredulous, little boy. But of course, that's the simple truth. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here in this grand venue. Most kind. Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency. Ah, yes, Miss Brett. I should like to be excused now. Please. I think I've given more than enough of my time for the furtherance of friendship between our countries. Ah, yes, dear lady. We are most gratified with all the assistance you have given. This doesn't make sense. It had to have been poisoned in the bottle. No. So how does she swallow a whole glass and live to tell the tale? I don't understand it. Well, I suppose nothing else, this little Far Eastern charade will make for interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London. There had to have been poison in the bottle, doesn't there? But there can't have been, because otherwise she would have keeled over dead. Come on, Ryunosuke. We have all the clues now. That bottle of water.
Hostile forces detected. Arming raid defenses.
Hey Jeets, thanks for the raid. As I thought, there is no poison in that bottle. What? Why, Rinosuke? Isn't it obvious? If the poison is there, she'd be dead by now. Sometimes your unadulterated naivety really astounds me. But sometimes it's in need of a good staining until it's as dark as your uniform in the ways of the world. Oh, is that what this color is supposed to represent? I was hoping to go the route of contains no poison to say it was because of, you know, a toxin entered in as an anesthetic. Cobra did put a karate poison in Dr. Wilson's carbonated water. Alright, the defense refuses to change his position. You're serious? Fool, are you blind? There's no possible way the bottle contained poison. I mean, we just saw Miss Brett drinking the water from it. That's right. Which rather complicates your argument, I think. I believe that complication can be explained. Hold on. As it through a wound. How exactly? And you think through all the things that don't quite add up here one by one. I'm sure the answer is in the evidence. We have to, in the court record somewhere. It has to be. If the defense truly intends to assert this claim, then I must ask you to support the assertion with evidence. The answer to this riddle is right here in Miss Brett's own research report. That's not a valid explanation. No? After all, we don't speak English. That report is utter gibberish. This impudent young scoundrel is trying to ridicule the court, Your Excellency. I'm not trying to ridicule anyone, honestly. I'm just reading Sato-san's notes. I concur. This report is too extensive to be considered in its entirety by the court. It will direct us to a pertinent section, Counsel. Which section of the report reveals the alleged answer to the riddle? Special characteristics. We've been hearing a lot about this karate poison. And it's left me curious about something. Oh, Counsel? Well, it sounds as though indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years to lace the heads of arrows that they shoot at whatever prey they're hunting. So we've been led to believe, yes? And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat. To get to the point, please. But if they were to use these laced arrows, doesn't that mean there would be traces of poison left in the prey the hunters were going to eat? Yes, good point. So surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? Because they'd be eating poison. Good gracious, Counsel. No, that would be madness. But I actually found the answer to that conundrum in this research paper here. Under special characteristics, it says this. The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound. Through a wound, you say? I see, that makes sense. Yes, the mention of that particular detail seemed a little strange to me, though. But it all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. When karate enters your body through an open wound, it has terrifying poisonous effects. However, when it enters through the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever. What? Ms. Brett, you authored this research. You knew karate's special characteristics, and you knew that you could make a spectacle of drinking that water without any danger to yourself. You meddling little... What? Rapscallion. Well, Ryunosuke, it turns out you're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be. Really? Me? A lawyer? All this talk about poison is fascinating, I'm sure. But I fail to see how it possibly could. Shut up! So, the ill-bred puppy has a new toy to play with, some facts he read in a book. But I'm afraid the knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you silly. What are you trying to say? Your school's boy logic has a fatal flaw. Schoolish boy. Flaw. As even your brain has managed to deduce, karate is safe to ingest. It seems likely that its effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastric succulus. Oh, yes, well, of course. Gastric suckers, what are they? So if this lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk, the professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he? That's right. Good gracious. That's basic science. Science that even a schoolboy should be able to understand, no? Order in the court, order. The logic holds. If the lady and the professor drank the same poison, they would be affected in the same way. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get more water and, yeah. Alright, I'm back. So much for that final stretch earlier. Like, I thought it would have been an hour left, but no, this thing keeps going. Are you trying to suggest? Yes, this karate poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial. No, it's not. There's one last part. That's right. Surely even a little cockroach like you could understand something as simple as that. What is this welling up inside me? I've never felt like this before. It's the sort of conviction to break down all the discrepancies is so intense. Almost rage-like, and more than anything else, it's an animalistic nature to take down my prey. Objection. I don't think so, Miss Giselle Brett. How dare you use that tone with me? You know very well there's no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though both you and the victim swallowed the same poison. You are alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead. Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you, we must provide compelling evidence. And we now know that this poison is completely harmless when ingested. Why would Dr. Wilson alone have been killed by the karate? There's two things that can happen here. I either present the same book, present the medical report card. As Miss Brett so readily pointed out, she drank the same water as the professor. However, there is a fundamental difference and fatal difference between the two diners. A fatal difference. Toxic effects of karate are only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. For a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. But what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poisoned water? Inside? Yes. Like the wound you might have if you had just been to a dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example. Ms. Brett, you've acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. So that's it. Use that knowledge to orchestrate this. Is she laughing? I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly I can't resist. The childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are so puerile. Puerile. What do you mean? Don't worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough. You see, when you leave vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it. No. I mean, it could just slip. Oh dear, how careless of me. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed. No! What is it? What just happened? This is the English woman. She just smashed a bottle in the Supreme Court. What a terrible blunder. Officer, what are you waiting for? Collect up as much of that water from the broken bottle as possible at once. You're wasting your time. The delightful carpet under my feet was a gift from the British Empire. I assure you it will soak up the water beautifully. You have neither acknowledged nor the presence of mind to recover it. How could you? You won't get away with this. You can thump the bench and shout as much as you like, little boy. But I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we? If there was really poison, if there really was poison in the bottle or not. You. Let us not forget. We still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution? Oh, of course, of course. You're referring to this photographic print, I presume, dear lady. That's right. And really, looking at this photograph, it's just as clear as day, isn't it? The poor professor was sitting with his back to me. Of course, the only person who could have shot him from the front was the little schoolboy. No, you killed the victim that day using karate, and then in order to frame Ryunosuke Naruhodo for the crime. You waited until he picked up the pistol you'd arranged for him to find on the floor before you shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your own hidden gun. And then in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor from his chair around. You see, you had every opportunity to commit this crime. What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. A hidden gun, you say? And I shot the professor's dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence. Exactly, and as you have nothing to support your wild claims, the prosecution's stance remains unchanged. The victim, Dr. John H. Wilson, was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Delivered in cold blood by the accused Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Ugh. This is unbelievable. How can this be happening? We had her, but now, is she really going to get away with it? The way she destroyed that evidence was obscene. Ryunosuke. Yes, we've come this far, but now we can only finish it. Now you're the only one who can finish it. What do you mean? We've lost a vital piece of evidence, it's true. But if there are any clues left to us, use it now. That must be in your head. They must be in your head. In my head? You told me before the powers of observation were the one thing you could really depend upon. Yes, that's true. But I did manage to notice that this woman was a foreigner with a swan on her head. So think back again. Try to remember every last detail of the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. What I saw, what I felt. Every color. It's Cosmo, right? Somewhere in the vibrant memory of this same scene in my head. Could there be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Watson's killer? There is a clue. Actually, Cosmo, I think I might have something. Thinking back over everything I saw, I think I might have uncovered another clue. Huh, you always have something up your sleeve, don't you, Ryunosuke? Come on then, let's wipe the smile off that Englishwoman's face with some evidence. Alright, I can't wait. It's been niggling me for a while that something feels amiss in my memory of that day. Whatever it is, that could be the key to arriving at the truth about all this. Somewhere, the clue that shows who Dr. Wilson's real killer must have been is. Inspector Hosonaga, answer me this. Yes, what is it? He's still miles away, probably. Thinking about that bottle being smashed. As you said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you? Absolutely. I wonder, therefore, if you perhaps took anything else from the scene of the crime. For instance, the plate of steak that you took to the victim's table that day. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Where are you going with this? Shut up. Where are you going with this, little boy? It's just a memory that's been troubling me. What memory? I saw the scene in this photographic print with my own eyes that day. And I saw that on the wooden base of the plate that the steak was served on was a splatter of blood. Was a splattering of blood. Oh really? And what of it? Obviously that must have been when you shot the professor. No, that can't be the case. Take a good look at the photograph and the relative position of everything there. That plate of steak is directly behind the victim. If I'm supposed to have shot the, Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front, there's no way the blood of the victim could have ended up directly behind him. Ah! Yes. For the blood to have made it onto a plate, it implies the plate was between the victim and the shooter. Which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite the professor, just as you were, Jezeel Brett. I beg your pardon? This is beyond ridiculous, fabricated nonsense. Is the court seriously expected to believe something the accused has apparently just remembered seeing? Hold it. This could be the moment that my entire career in the police force has been leading to. Inspector, you mean? Yes, I took the plate in the interest of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime. I took it, meat and all, and I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief because of it. You did what? I took the steak that you had been eating, Miss Brett. I took the steak the sergeant had been eating. I did it all in the name of justice. Then we can find out for sure whether or not there's a bloodstain on Miss Brett's plate. We must examine it now. Inspector, the court wishes to examine the plate from the victim's table immediately. Yes, sir. Sorry for the delay. Here's what you ordered. The steak. What about the blood? Is there blood on it? Of course there isn't. Quickly, Inspector, the blood, man. Show the court. Of course it... Examine the plate at your leisure. No, no blood. No blood anywhere. But no, that's impossible. I know I saw it. I'm sure of it. It was right there on the table behind the professor. There was blood on the side of the plate. What an unbecoming expression, little boy. You see, this is why I always say you can't trust what the Japanese tell you. Ah, Tisk, I couldn't agree more. In the case of this disgrace to the Empire, I believe we may have finally reached a conclusion in this trial. Let's hope so. This let's pretend attempt at court proceedings is painful to watch, but I do promise to do my best to forget all about it when it's over. Ha! The sorry-looking steak reveals the facts all too clearly. The sorry-looking accused wishes to examine it again, be my guest. The plate of steak has been entered into court records. You made a fucking... Was the plate I saw, or I thought I saw, just a figment of imagination? No. Huh? What in the world is this? I think it's a Koban coin. And the hallmark is from the Hoei era, I believe. No, I mean, what is this? What is this doing there? Wait, did you say it was Hoei Koban? Yes. Apart from the meat juices, it looks to be in good condition. I mentioned it's very valuable. This isn't the first time there's been talk about Hoei Koban there. I've heard of pearls before swine, but I've never heard of bullion and bullion. bullion. I don't think you ever will again. This is extraordinary though. This means... Certainly never expected to find a precious coin underneath a thick cut of meat. And it's from the whole era too. This would make it really quite valuable. It's well marinated in the juices as well. Look, what are you thinking of eating it? No. But the next time I order steak in an expensive restaurant, one thing's for sure. My heart's going to be racing as I lift up the meat and peel underneath for a prize. I think I'm at the wrong end of the stick about this, steak. Go on underneath this steak. There's only one logical explanation. Lost now. Ryunosuke. It's not over yet. Not until the final gavel, huh? Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking for it no matter what. Believe in myself, really? Maybe I should examine the evidence for myself. I already did. As the evidence requested by the defense has not been shown to be problematic in any way, I presume any further examination of the evidence in this trial will be unnecessary. Does the defense have any objections? That blood stain was going to clinch the trial for me. Can this plate reveal any other clue? Yes, there is a clue. Your Excellency, please wait. There's another clue hiding. Wait. This plate of beef is hiding another clue. Another clue that will reveal the shocking truth. The only thing that's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beefsteak. Your Excellency, I think I've made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial. I'm sorry, Ms. Brett, but we must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. I will not give a ruling until I am completely satisfied that all reasonable doubt has been dispelled. I see. As a newly affirmed ally of my country, that's still your position, is it? Thank you, Your Excellency. Counsel for the defense, you will now clearly show the court what you are alluding. Where precisely on this plate of beefsteak is this new clue to be found? Huh? What in the world is this? I think it's a Koban coin. The hallmark is from the whole era, I believe. No, I mean, what is it? What is it doing here? Wait, did you say it was... Yes. We already read all this. Oh, I just need to present it, right? Good gracious, that's... Koban? What on earth? A whole arrow one at that. Ms. Brett. This is in fact the beef steak that you ordered at the restaurant on the day in question, is it? Tell me. Why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat? Shut up. What a ridiculous question. How should I know? I've never seen that thing before in my life. I don't know what it is, but I want no part of it. I fail to see how this is relevant. The coin underneath the meat simply have been a careless mistake by the chef in the moment of distraction. No, no way. Don't be absurd. We're supposed to believe that this happened by accident in the kitchen. A rare Hoeg Koban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll rip up my ticket to Great Britain right now. He's right. It can't be a coincidence. Your Excellency. Yes, Counsel. A rare Hoeg Koban just happens to be underneath that piece of steak, hidden underneath that piece of steak. If it turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll give my lawyer a job right now. By all means, don't let us stop you. No one invited you anyway. Shut up. Perhaps, little boy, you should realize that it is you who is irrelevant, even though I'm the one on trial here. Point is, it's essential that we ask the owner of this coin if he can explain what's doing underneath that steak. The owner? Yes, it's obvious. There's only one person it can belong to. The owner of the koban that was found underneath the beef steak is... Obviously, it can only be the antiques dealer and owner of Ratsute, Kiryo Korekuta-san. Cutie, as in Mr. Cucumber or something? Honestly, these Japanese names, ridiculous Japanese names are quite unfathomable. Yes. Ah yes, the old man who testified earlier alongside the military sergeant, correct? Yes, Your Excellency. I remember him saying that he was held... It was up to something with his koban coin when it happened. Exactly the moment the gun was fired. A gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Indeed. The Hoeg era koban, my prized coin. Then this Hoeg era koban, do you mean to tell me? No. Please, Baba Korekuta-san's koban. I was expecting the last part to keep going, so that's why I didn't press, and then it just didn't. I was like, oh, be sandwiched between the victim's beef steak and his plate. It makes no sense. Which is why I'm asking Kota to bring Korekuta-san back to the witness stand so we can ask him. Officer, bring both witnesses that testified earlier back in here. Without a moment's delay. Great. This keeps fucking going. God damn it. Okay. Can't believe we come back around to that pair again, but I have a strong hunch that if we chase down the real significance of this Koban, we'll find that it's a key element in the case. Oh my god. This is all about why have I been called up again? Don't you realize it's dinner time for the little baby idol? When my son's belly's empty, he's fiercer than a pack of wolves. Exploited by police we were, like miserable dogs, forced to bear false witness. And when cast from this courtroom myself, I became a ruined man in thrice, a worthless, withered antique. Nothing more I have to say. The sun has set on this Rasute's shop owner's existence. Be that as it may, Kode-san, something has come up to light that requires your clarification. As far as your Rasute, Rasute's memory serves, have you ever seen this Koban be? Yes, that's it. That's the one, the very one, that the very exact one that it is. Splendiferous, holy treasure that my rusty bones managed to misplace that fateful day. Can't be. As I thought. Young man, enlighten this decrepit old fool. Put me out of my misery. Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped? Oh, I'm not sure if it was dropped anywhere. I'm not sure if it dropped anywhere. We found your coin sandwiched between a beef steak and its plate, soaking in the seasoned meat's juices. Sandwiched? Soaking? Seriously? Clearly, it wouldn't have fallen there by accident, which means somebody must have hidden it there on purpose. Somebody concealed my holy treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate? Who would do such a thing? Such an unconscionable thing. Excuse me, could I say something? Yes, of course. Proceed, Inspector Hosonaga. I mentioned this earlier on in the trial, but I was working on the cover in the restaurant in order to investigate another case. Oh yes, that's right. The secret undercover operation. Le Carnival is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant. It attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of similarly executed thefts targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. A number of such instances has been reported into the police bureau. Wicked crimes indeed. I wanted to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. So that's why you were sent in to uncover, is it? Yes, I took on the job of a waiter at the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. Seems likely this Koban incident is the work of the same thief. So unbeknownst to us, there was a master thief at work in the regular restaurant on a regular basis. This place was already the scene of several crimes, it seems. I don't know about the master thief part, but the identity of the person who stole and hid Kodakuda-san's Koban is all too clear. What? I would like to hear the defense's view on this matter. Tell us, who is the despicable scoundrel that stole Kodakuda-san's Koban and hid it under the steak? So there's really just him, or her. Yes, it seems like oh, God. Nope. So it wasn't a swerve answer. It's literally him or her. Obviously, it can only be you, Sergeant Nosa. What? How? How dare you? You monster! Monster! I stole that kaban, did I? I'm the master of thief of the carnival, am I? You seriously accusing me of these crimes, cadet? But it wasn't me. It was Ido. Ido's the mastermind behind all this. You push the blame for your crimes onto your own son, an innocent baby. It's you who's the monster, Sergeant Nosa. Ah! Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Nosa preparing to stand down in the Supreme Court, sir. Did any of you know of extraordinarily low wages the Nippon Imperial Army pays those it expects to keep our country safe? I understand the temporary increase in taxation owing to the recently ended conflicts remain in place. And I heard that it's hard for lower ranked soldiers to make a living, yes. All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son. I saw you were stealing things at the restaurant. The place is heaving with money. Every 3 days I'd go there and do reconnaissance for a target. And I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak at the same time. Sounds like he doesn't bother with a knife and fork, which is worryingly believable. And your target that day was the old man, his Koban? Yes, sir. Oh, let's see. Whoops. For some reason I saw he has DL. I was like, wait. He was an easy mark. I slipped the coin into my pocket without any trouble at all. And a veritable phantom thief, you are. I was all set to leave the steak I was halfway through devouring when it happened. Bang! Yes, when the professor was shot. I knew that if police conducted a search and found a coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. Idle too. So I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could, on the double. I slipped under the stake, hoping that I'd be able to rendezvous with it at a later date. This is ridiculous. Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd prattling in your own time. Well, Miss Brett, of course. Oh, of course, dear lady, of course, how rude of us. I'm quite sure there's no need to detain you at all, any longer at all. May the esteemed gentlewoman please be excused, your excellency. Indeed. The death of the Koban was clearly perpetrated by this baby-saddled sergeant. It would certainly appear unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder. Oh, of course it is. Hiding a coin into a lump of meat? The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. Nonsense, is it? Well, oof. As for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, It's utter nonsense and pure madness. Very well. Now that all questions concerning this witness testimony has been answered, I see no further justification for detaining her. Miss Brett, you are free to leave. Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone. Objection. And good day. Ryunosuke, what's the matter with you? There's no time for daydreaming. Oh, no, it's just something about Miss Brett's parting words that got me there. Can't quite work out what exactly, but she said something. She said she jarred with me. Oh, but something she said jarred with me. I felt like there was a contradiction in there somewhere that didn't quite add up. If that's the case, don't stand there thinking. Make your voice heard. Sorry? You can think later, but if you don't call it out now, it'll be too late. The trial will be over. Wait, Miss Brett. What is it now? I'm afraid just one last time. Oh. Something I'd like to ask you. I'd like you to explain the contradiction in your parting words just from a few moments ago. What are you talking about? What new student nonsense is this? Parting words, what are you talking about, Ryunosuke? Hiding a coin under a lump of meat? The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. As for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond utter nonsense. It's beyond pure madness. Yeah. I'm right. What she said there was there exposed an undeniable contradiction. I'm going to need to see evidence, counsel. Oh, God. I'm just trying to finish this case. Jesus. Picking up your steak and biting it without a knife and fork. Steak that Miss Brett had been eating before the person was killed. Yes, go on. More accurately, Your Excellency. Let me see. The steak that was killed, that was on the victim's side table just before he was killed. Just before the professor was killed. Now you're just splitting hairs. Not true. Does something about this steak strike you unnatural? Unnatural? What on earth do you mean? It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's been eaten. see you've noticed too, Miss Brett. Just notice what exactly, Counsel? Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman could ever contemplate picking up a steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork. Of course she did. She's a refined English gentlewoman herself. And take a good look at the steak in particular. The edge where it's been eaten. As you can see, there are clearly defined barbaric teeth marks. Oh. Ah! It looks like Miss Brett has realized something. So the witness, as she claims, wouldn't contemplate eating anything without using a fork and knife, then she shouldn't be using teeth marks at all. Oh, teeth marks in the steak at all. What's your actual point? Perhaps the delightful Miss Brett was ravenously hungry and couldn't help her. Shh. She told him to shut up again. Oh, whatever you say, my dear lady. As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer. Of course, of course. Rest assured. I'm about to put this rookie in his place and leave everything to me. Shut up, I've heard enough. I'm irritating me, little spectacled samurai. Of course. Dear lady. What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have we ruffled your feathers? Clearly, the witness knows what this means. She realized the catastrophic implications that these teeth marks in the steak have for her. Do you know where you're going with this? Yes. Now, alas, it's all come together. The mysterious teeth marks in the steak that had allegedly been eaten with cutlery. The reason why the blood stain I know I saw seems to have disappeared. And most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all who shot Steve that day. I accept that these teeth marks in the steak are a little unnatural, as you put it, Counsel. But what exactly are you suggesting that tells us? Everything, Your Excellency. Everything. I believe the barbaric teeth marks in the steak stay here. And the steak here amounts to the exclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Wilson. Conclusive evidence. How many times have I heard that today? You don't know the meaning of the phrase. Typical Japanese empty threats. How can you be so sure? It's quite simple. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it long ago. Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before today. Brought before the court yet. Has been. What? Just because it hasn't been shown yet doesn't mean the evidence does not exist. This is absurd. The trial has run several hours already. You say there's evidence of there's evidence yet to be brought forward? That there can't be. I don't believe you. I don't, but there's someone else who does have it. Someone in this very room. That person is willing to meet the piece of evidence I'm referring to. I will resolve every remaining mystery about this case. Very well, this will be my last request of the defense in this trial. Who possesses the conclusive evidence that will reveal the truth about this whole affair? Counsel, I'm disappointed. This is like your last chance. I would have expected you to take it more seriously. It seems you need some waking up. Perhaps penalty will focus your mind. The answer is obvious. It's Inspector Hosonaga. What? I have it? You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence? That's ridiculous. Ahem, ahem, ahem. No, I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention is focused on a stake with teeth marks. Yes. Now earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nosa told me the following. I enjoy chomping my way through a good steak. As well as I've been stealing Koyata-san's coin. He told us that he slipped under the desk. Oh. You watch it, cadet. I'm a superior officer. Sergeant Nosa, can you please confirm something for me? Was the stake you put the coin under, in fact, your own stake? Attention, affirmative, of course. I might be a soldier in the Imperial Nippon Army, but still. I'm not brave enough to ask foreign general lady if she'd mind me manhandling her meal to hide something in it. In other words, the stake that the detective submitted as evidence earlier was in fact Sergeant Nosa's meal. Oof. That makes no sense. The plate was taken from the victim's table. I'm getting really fucking tired at this point. Oh my god. Let me use the restroom again to get more water. Alright, I'm back. Man, what was supposed to be a 3-hour stream's almost a 6-hour stream now. Jesus. Yet the gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of her steak, nor does she have any opportunity to steal the coin. Of course I didn't steal it. To even suggest such a thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire. Well then how do you explain this paradox? Exactly. Surely you're not going to suggest that the sergeant switched the 2 steaks over. You did switch the plates. Well, after it happened, I saw the civilian had been murdered right in front of my eyes like that. I panicked. I said, I immediately lifted my steak and hid the coin underneath it. Then the waiter announced he was an undercover policeman that thought I had it. If he decided to investigate my slab of meat, that'd be it. I'd be getting my marching orders. So when the cadet here was arrested and taken off to the kitchen, I seized my chance. Military precision and timing, I switched my steak with the one on the foreign lady's table. What? You can't have. I never saw you do such a thing. It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic planning. It was do or die, I tell you. So yes, I did what had to be done. Unbelievable. Well, God, this is just a whole turn of events. Oh my God. However, fear not, prosecutor. Son, what now? I swear on the brass buttons of my uniform. This is all I did, sir. All you did, that's plenty, Sergeant. Yes. So if Sergeant knows to switch the plates over, it means he took Miss Brett's steak and the plate it was on back to his own table. Yes, that follows. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes. Earlier in the trial, you told the court this. You said you had not only taken Miss Brett's steak after this, but also the sergeant's. That to preserve evidence, you had taken both. That's correct. It's been 2 hours since I thought it would have ended, by the way. Oh, this is great. Then please present it to the court now. That plate that was actually on the victim's table at the precise moment he was shot. What can you possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slab of tough meat can't have the slightest bearing on the case. No, you're not wriggling your way out this time, lady. I beg your pardon? Surely you're not that forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why the steak pan promised to prove such a problem for you, no? You're the one who decided it was a problem, not me. The reason the defense asked to see this plate was to confirm something the defendant remembers seeing. Thinks he remembers. I'm quite sure what I saw, Miss Brett. On the side of the plate that was on the table directly behind Dr. Wilson, there was a clear splattering of blood from the gunshot wound to the victim's chest. I believe that the defendant's memory serves him well. Now we have the evidence to prove it. The plate you were eating from, Miss Brett. Let's not prolong any further. Inspector, you will show the evidence to the court. Present the beef steak and the plate that was originally on the victim's table at the time of the incident. Yes, sir! Sorry for keeping you. Here's the other steak in its plate. Please feel free to examine it. The blood stain. Clearly visible, look. Yes, now it makes everything clear. The blood you can see on the side of the plate shows that the moment the victim was shot, facing the table with his back to me. In other words, it's impossible now to hold the sounds to have shot the victim. Arrgh! It can't be. In fact, there's only one person who could have possibly shot Dr. Wilson from the front. I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. That's right, Miss Giselle Brett. It's you. Outdone by a Japanese me, by a Japanese schoolboy? No, no, no. Oh, Jesus. What in the shit? All these baby chicks are... She's leaving. We're trying to. Arrest her. A lot of baby chicks though. Please excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure. My most unbecoming behavior for an English gentlewoman, forgive me. Well, Miss Brett, I think it's time you told the court what actually happened that day. The truth this time. Gladly, Your Excellency. Jesus. It was I who took the professor's life using karate. As you surmised, I chose that particular day for one very important reason. The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning. So you planned to kill the professor knowing that no trace of poison would be found in his water, because karate is unheard of here in Japan. Yes. Of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. Whew. I only needed to see the professor take one tiny sip of his water and it would be all over. I would place the steak I had ordered in front of him to make it appear as though he had been dining alone, and leave immediately. However, before I entered that cabin, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table. That would be me, I suppose. Yes, you. Who else? Such a trifling matter, but the fact that you decided to come over to greet the professor meant I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. I'm sure he was sitting in his chair such that he wouldn't fall. There was no going back at that point, so I concocted a plan on the spur of the moment. I planned to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man. I happen to know the professor always carried a gun. I decided to use that to my advantage. I had the bottle of karate in my handbag and my own pistol concealed under my skirt. Under your skirt? So I was right, there were two guns. Yes. And then I finished my coffee and got up to leave. And then I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor. Placed where you were sure I would notice it. And everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun as I intended. And then just as you bent down to pick it up, bang! That's when you shot the professor with your own gun, even though at that point he was already dead. Naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion, at which point the waiter appeared. Obviously, I assumed Naruto-san was the culprit and apprehended him. I took him to a pantry that adjoins the kitchen and locked him inside. And then when I took the opportunity to turn the professor in his chair, that's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor in his chair. But of course, you needed to make it look like the defendant had shot Dr. Wilson from where he picked up the gun. God, why is this still going? So there you have it. That's the entirety of my misdemeanor. Your Excellency, yes. I wonder. Might I speak with you in private later? I shall call on you. Thank you. Good day then, everyone. I hope you can forgive me. What? I hope you can forgive me now. It would seem the trial has finally run its course. I presume the prosecution is in agreement. This can't be. Takasuchi Aoshi does not lose. Not to the likes of this rookie student. Yeah, well, you just lost. You better start getting used to tough opposition. Arg, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Well, yes. This insult to the Aoshi family name will never be forgotten. You become conceited with the age council, but the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. 1,000 millennia may pass and still the Aoshi clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan. Oof. This trial in the Supreme Court of Japan will I believe go down in history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. Despite being summoned as the accused, you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, present an excellent case. I thank you, Your Excellency. The use of evidence deduction to unravel the truth is a modern methodology. After all, it has only been a few short decades since our country opened its doors to the wider world. But the Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. I feel that science will soon bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. A new future of law waits, but what it will look like, I cannot begin to imagine. That is for the young to pursue. Kazuma Asogi, yes. After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can. Absorb everything. Absorb everything of the wider world that you are able to connect. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you. I understand, Your Excellency. What was that about? Why do you look up so grave all of a sudden? Ah, never mind. It's for you, Ryusuke Naruhodo. Oh yes. In a sense, in you I sense, how can I put it, unusual potential. I very much look forward to seeing how you will carry that onwards. Thank you, Your Excellency. Ooh. It's time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant Ryunosuke Naruhodo not guilty. Oh, there we go. There's the ending. Now we gotta go through just celebrations and whatnot, and then on to case 2, and at which point I can just save and end it. The court is now adjourned. Whew. Can't believe it. I can't believe what's happened. I made it. I defended myself and made it through that horrendous trial. Ryunosuke, you finally pulled it off. Congratulations. Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Cosmo. Ha 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 ha. No, it was a pleasure to watch you work. So you owe me a extra large sukiyaki from the place on Yuma University Street. Don't forget. After all, your hard work has certainly paid off. Congratulations to both of you for proving Naruto-san's innocence. Ah, our trusty judicial assistant. You worked hard for that result too, yo. No, I didn't do anything. Yes, you did. Thank you so much. If we hadn't had that research report of Miss Brett's, I don't know how things would have turned out. Kind words should really be for my father. I was simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to the university and investigate. Your father? Ah, yes, of course. Forgive me for... yeah, whatever. Speaking of Kotoba... ah, there you are. I believe congratulations are in order? Naruto, you did an excellent job. Thank you, Professor. Oh no, it is I who should be thanking you, after all. Your efforts are true... no, your efforts exposed the true criminal that took the life of my good friend. Good friend? Oh yes, you mentioned that before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to UMA University, wasn't it? Yes, that's right. Professor Mikoto studied overseas himself. He went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain. Presumably that's when you met Dr. Wilson. Exactly. In those days we worked together in the same hospital. Oh, you worked together? I've never heard you mention that before. Well, it was a long time ago besides. It's your turn now, Sogi. Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads the world. Watch and learn, my boy. See what's happening in the world's largest melting pot. I'll learn all I can. You're not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you? Of course I am. A Japanese man's katana is the soul. This blade showed me where I need to go. And cut down anything that's in my way. Yes, definitely seen how sharp that it is. Jesus. That reminds me, what happened to the woman? To Giselle Brett, I mean. After all, she's guilty of murder. Ah, yes. Her. It's not easy to tell you this, but what do you mean? Surely she's gonna face trial herself now. She's a true culprit after all. She'll be leaving Japan in the very near future for Shanghai. What? Giselle Brett will not appear in court again in this country. I'm certain of that. Why not? It's a matter of consular jurisdiction. Inspector Hosonaga. It was a far-hot battle in the courtroom today. Very impressive to watch. But what's this about consular jurisdiction? We cannot try this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan. What? You can't try her? But then who? Who will bring her to justice? British consular court will bring her case somewhere far away where our voices can't be heard. But why consular court? First, I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were a thing of the past. Now that we've signed the treaty, maybe not. In normal circumstances, you're right. Then, so long as this is not a serious incident of highly political nature to our respective governments, they can't invoke a consular court like that. Oh, can't they? Yes, she's a student, but it doesn't justify our government making secret agreements about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on. so Miss Brett can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan. I'm afraid that for the younger student, today's trial was something more than a game all along. There was never any danger of comeuppance for her. I can't believe it. The British government's foreign ministry handed over 5K over custody of Brett. Wait. Oh no, I read that wrong. The British government's foreign affairs ministry has demanded that we hand over custody of Miss Brett. They're obviously taking this case of foreign student committing murder very seriously. But it's all going to change from now on. Well, we can make a change. Oh my god. There's so much text. This is a time of great turmoil. This new era heralded by the start of the 20th century. One day, I have no doubt, that woman will receive the judgment. That woman will receive the judgment she deserves. Yes, change is coming, and we're the ones driving it. Well, I think that's enough serious for now. This even calls for celebratory drinks. But Professor, you're right, there's no time for gloomy faces. We're celebrating Ryunosuke's not guilty verdict. Let's start having some fun. In that case, might I suggest Le Carnival? As a head waiter, I should be delighted to provide you with ample food and drink. You're a detective, Hosonaga-san, aren't you? Let's not worry about details for now. Le Carnival, will you accompany us, Professor? Of course, Le Carnival's food is second to none. I shall go and attend to the paperwork for Naruto-san's release. Oh yes, thank you. So Giselle Brett won't be tried here. I suppose that means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. Kazuma. Yes, Ryunosuke. I just want to say thanks again, that's all. You really saved my skin today. Ha 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 ha. I didn't do a thing. You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? The defense was all your work. Your skill made the difference, though. One day I bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world. I'm not so sure about that. To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over during that trial. I couldn't help but think maybe the one you're destined to be. Maybe you're the one destined to become a great lawyer, not me. What? Come on, be serious. If I helped you today, it was only right at the start of the trial. But you have natural talent for it. Let's see. Oh no, not me. All that tense verbal combat, I don't want to go through that ever again. I did what you told me to do, that's all, because I knew I could trust you. That's the point. Sorry, what do you mean that's the point? Like Ryunosuke. Do you know the most crucial weapon that any lawyer needs to, in order to win? Knowledge of the law and printers. No, the ability to believe. To believe what? A defense lawyer has a right for his clients. He has to believe in them at all times. Like you believe in me when I said I couldn't do it. I'm human, just like you. I have some superhuman ability to know the truth. Ugh. Sometimes being able to remain faithful, you choose believe in the states. Well, that's not something that anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person. So look at today's trial, the student lawyer with precious little experience, but you never stopped believing in me. Alright. You face seemingly hopeless. You face seemingly hopeless situations time and time again, but you'll call looking for the truth. But you never stop looking for the truth. Oh, and in the end, you found it through your own efforts, and because you never stopped believing in me. Thanks, Kazama. I need y'all to stop talking now. There's something I want to ask you, actually, Ryunosuke. Well, it's a favor, really. Something very important to me. It sounds serious. What is it? Ah, you're still here, aren't you? Inspector Hosonaga. I arranged some rickshaws for us. Let's go. Thank you. We'll be right there. Let's pick up this conversation again later. We should be celebrating right now. Your first court victory. And your studied tour to Great Britain. Don't forget. Ah, yes, that too. Oh. So my first trial came to an end. Kazuma. Professor Mikoto Toba. Suzato-san, who acted as my assistant. Inspector Hosonaga, who really didn't play much of a start in the beat. It was because of the help and support of all these people that I managed to get through the trial. More importantly, Kazuma is yet to manage to ask his favor of me. Little did I realize just how much it would change my life. Fuck, finally. Alright, everybody. That's it. But anyways, let's see what's going on. Let's see who's streaming. Anyone streaming? Alright. Anyway. You know what? I'm just gonna not rate anybody. I'm gonna end it here because I'm tired. I don't want to try to go deal with watching someone stream right now. But anyways, thank y'all for tuning in, lurking, and whatnot. All the people that were here before and had left, thank you as well. If you come back to watch a VOD, it's gonna end up 6 hours longer than I intended. I meant to stream like 2 to 3 hours. But anyways, y'all have a good night.